Judge my concern about allowing
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Uh, Happy Thursday. Yeah, so we're on day 2 of the Mark Jensen trial here. Welcome to CJ TV. I'm your host, CJ. Appropriately, we are going to be following this case as it hits close to home, as was originally tried here in Kenosha, and where the murder took place was in Pleasant Prairie, which is where I'm at right now, where I currently reside. So it definitely is it hits close to home. So that being said, I would appreciate if everybody would just go ahead and do me a solid and share the stream, if you would, no matter when you're watching this, be it um, at the time while we're all currently live, or if you are uh, doing a follow up and you're checking the case out a little later on down the line. Make sure to check in. Tell me who you are, where you're at, and your thoughts on this case. I know it's a big deal. This is a retrial. Just to keep in mind, they're talking about an issue they had yesterday with one of the 65 witnesses. So I know people over the Darrell Brooks trial. I would see comments every once in a while about me talking over some of the witnesses and whatnot. But for those that were watching with me, you understand. Definitely was a personal situation. The judge right now is just kind of talking about some keynote points here. I want to make sure that we're not missing anything at all. So good morning to everyone that's jumping in right now. Kristen, how you doing? Shelly, Jackie, what's up? If you guys would please all share the stream. Again, we'll get it out there to as many folks as possible. Man, it's wild how empty that courtroom is. I got the volume down pretty low here, just so you know, we're jumping in here. And one of the things to keep in mind here is one of the key points in this case right now is the letter from the grave that was written by Mark Jensen's wife before she was found, before she died, stating, and it's in the description in the video here, a clip of the letter, and I'll put a post up for the full letter. Pretty damning evidence where she said, if anything should happen to me, I'm suspicious of my husband. I would never hurt myself or kill myself. My kids would never forgive me. And then she gave that to a neighbor, apparently, and then that made its way back to the police, obviously post-mortem. And yeah, I mean, kind of smoking gun situation right there. So I believe that this DA, this prosecuting attorney here, and you guys are gonna have to help me out here because I'm catching up. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on. I'm trying to keep up with everything, but I believe that this is one of the only original members of the original trial that took place with Mark Jensen, where he was originally found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Little known, it was our boy Bruce Schroeder actually was the original presiding judge in that case. So I'm going to shut up and let you guys listen, and let's just see what folks got to say here.
By the United States or Wisconsin Supreme Court. Now, in terms of the issue of excited utterance, I could offer a further offer of proof, and that is the prior testimony from the last trial, where, let me get you the page numbers, page 6 of the transcript. Let me get you the transcript date. This is the January 28th, 2008 transcript, page 6. Let me get to the right line here. The question, line 16, question, and what was David's demeanor as he talked to you about his mother's health? Answer, well, he was extremely concerned, and I could tell he was worried, and he was usually a pretty happy kind of person, and was kind of a sudden shift in his attitude. And then the next question is, can you tell us what David told you about his mother's health? And then there was the objection on hearsay grounds. And there was extensive discussion, and again, the confrontation clause was raised at that point. But the confrontation clause has nothing whatsoever to do with a conversation between two 8-year-old children. And Then we proceed to the point where Judge Schrader renders his decision, and he rules that it's excited utterance. Now, I can tell you that the way Eric Schur is going to describe this conversation is that, yes, David was very concerned about his mother. And he said that his mom was really sick and that his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital. And he indicated that she was breathing like this. And then the breathing was like this. It was a deep, rasping breath that he said this, how David demonstrated that his mother was breathing. So this is an excited utterance, Your Honor, and it is different. I will say that the statement that was made to Therese DeFazio, that David Jensen made to Therese DeFazio, she also indicated that he was somewhat worried. But it's a different thing, because that conversation between Therese DeFazio and David Jensen occurred at the instance of Therese DeFazio. She asked David, "Where's your mother?" And he said, "Well, here's a note. And oh, I forgot to give you this note." And then he said that she was sick. So there's a different set of circumstances there, but the circumstances that surround the conversation between Eric Schur and David Jensen clearly reflect that it's an excited utterance, and it's a conversation between two 8-year-old children. It's not a testimonial statement. It has nothing to do with the confrontation clause.
You know, I don't want to keep arguing the issue, but I'm still confused by the defense saying I have to worry about the confrontation clause and a residual hearsay exception. I don't see that anywhere in both of the cases.
It's not
unless it's printed in here. Show me the page.
Well, I can't tell you what you're looking at specifically, Judge.
Looking at the case that we were going to all read last night
State v.
instead of
Mercado.
watching Gunsmoke.
I don't watch Gunsmoke. I don't think I have that station. But State v. Mercado deals with a video recording of a child by a forensic interviewer. And in that case, it actually talks about how the prosecution has to make that witness available for cross-examination. It's dealing with a sexual assault case, and it relates to hearsay as it relates to children in sexual assault cases. That's not this case. This is not a statement to an adult on a video recording. So that's
the Supreme Court case would trump that case.
I was talking about State v. Mercado. That's the Supreme Court case.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about confrontation.
And I'm not
The
talking
word
about,
is not in the decision.
but that case has nothing to do with what we're talking about here, Judge. That has to do with the video recording of children and that statute, which requires the prosecution then to make that child available for cross-examination. What that statute allows is the prosecution to play the video on direct without calling the child, but then they have to have the child available for cross-examination. It also talks about the standards that you have to have in order to do that. Like the child has to notate that they know the difference between right and wrong. They have to notate that there's if you don't tell right from wrong, that there could be a consequence of that. There's a number of things that you have to actually go through to determine that a video can be played on direct. So that's what that case is. When we're talking about this particular case, I understand the court's ruling that if the prosecution sets the foundation that it's a hearsay statement, then we don't have to worry about confrontation. But we still have to worry about confrontation on non-testimonial statements that are not based upon a firmly rooted hearsay exception. Excited utterance is a firmly rooted hearsay exception. So that's not what I'm talking about. And even Judge Schrader, in his opinion, acknowledged that the residual hearsay is not a firmly rooted hearsay exception. And what they talked about at the last trial is that David Jensen was available to testify. And if the prosecution wanted to make him available for cross-examination, they would notify the defense and then he would be available. He never testified. So in fact, the jury never actually got to hear from the declarant. And that's what I'm worried about here, Judge. I'm worried that we're using a residual hearsay exception to bypass calling a witness to allow the juror to hear from the declarant.
Your statement is in the record. Again, we're going to deal with the excited utterance first. And obviously, the attorneys know for the record, we got to have a startling event. The statement must be made by the declarant under some sort of stress or excitement caused by the event. And the statement relates to the event. And some of the cases that I also read last night, the issue of came up, how close to the event was the statement made? But this one, I think it's within a couple hours, or it's the same day or whatever. So that's not an issue for this one. So we'll bring the jury out and we'll see what this witness says. And if it's an excited utterance, it's going to remain. Okay, are we ready then? Do we have the witness available?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
I mean, you cannot tell me this guy doesn't look like a young Stephen King, right? So what I'm curious about, anyone that can help me out with this, where has he been through all of this? Brandon, what's up? How you doing? Good morning. So that's what I'm really curious about is during, okay, so he was arrested. It's a little murky for me as to how this all has gone down. I know he's being held right now on a $1.2 million bond, but so he's in custody right now. I don't know where he's been this whole time. Anybody? So he's been in jail this whole time, Nick? That's the, I'm not sure what the scoop is on that, But man, this guy looks like that look right there. He looks like this dude looks like he has eaten somebody. I'm gonna say. I mean, I don't know him. I'm just gonna say it, but he's been in jail since '98. 2002. Okay, went in '98. Oh, that's right. The murder was in '98. He was 02. He was out living his best life, got married, and then divorced in 09, huh? So he was in lockup from 98 to 02, right? We'll catch up on everything. But they're bringing in the jury right now. So he's been in lockup, Luann, since 2008. Okay.
All right, we're going to go back on the record.
So many cases
on,
I'm trying to keep
Mark
up right now,
Jensen,
guys.
2002 CF.
And then, of course, we just
314. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin
Share the
appears
stream
by
if you
Special
would,
Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on time again. We just had a few things to clear up before we could let you come out here. I know it's been a really warm January, and hopefully it doesn't get as hot as it did yesterday, but if it does, maybe we can again try to accommodate you with the warm weather here.
That's not something
Right.
here.
With that, the state is obviously still
It was too warm.
in their case in chief. Who is the next witness, Mr. Jamboy?
Okay.
Well, Eric Shore, Your Honor.
All right, let's have him brought in.
Diana, how are you this morning? I like the dude in the pen and pad. He looks like he's ready to rock and roll right now. And again, I'm in Pleasant Prairie right
You
now.
can just remain standing, Mr. Shore.
If you guys watched my live the day of the bonfire
swear
that we
the
did,
testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
the bonfire that I was at, the 12th night, was Pleasant Prairie, Kenosha, or Pleasant Prairie Fire Department and police were out there. They were burning the Christmas trees. It was 5th annual.
First name Eric, E-R-I-C. Last name Shore, S-C-H-O-O-R.
All right, can you just talk a little bit louder with that? Who's going to be the questioner?
I'm going to do the
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Jamboy.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the court reporter to move a little bit that way, and so I can see the witness. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Shore, can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where do you live right now, and what are you doing these days?
Sure. I live in North Carolina. I recently moved there from Charleston, South Carolina. I've been a professional musician for the last 15 years, and I have a family and enjoying life.
So you're a professional musician. Do you sing? You write? You
I play the saxophone and teach.
oh, okay. And where do you teach?
I teach music.
Where do you teach music?
Currently, since we just left, I'm not teaching at this point, but I do teach some online lessons out of my home.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to September through December 1998, where were you back then, and what were you doing from September to December of 1998?
I was a third grade student at Southport Elementary School.
And who was your third grade teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio.
And who was your best friend in the third grade?
Anybody know
David Jensen.
DeFazio?
And tell me about your relationship with David Jensen.
We'd been friends at least for that school year, and we would see each other every day in school and outside of school on the weekends at each other's homes. We did what I would consider to be normal third grade activities, playing video games. We had the occasional sleepovers at each other's house. We would play outside.
Did you have an arrangement for Wednesdays?
I did, yes.
What was the arrangement that your mothers had worked out for you two on Wednesdays?
I would go to the Jensen home after school on Wednesdays, and the following Wednesday, David would come to our home, and we would alternate every other Wednesday in that fashion.
So you knew David pretty well.
I did.
You considered him a close friend.
I did.
Now, did there come a time, and tell me, what kind of a child was David Jensen?
David was a very positive and energetic kid. He was funny. He was, I'm not sure how else to describe him. He was funny and positive and physically active, and pleasure to be around.
Rather happy child?
I would say so.
Now, do you remember a time in early December when you noticed a change in David's demeanor?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that day.
There was a day at school that David informed me about his mother's health, and
Well, tell me what his demeanor was like when he was talking to you about this.
he was, instead of his normal upbeat, positive self, he was very grave and concerned. And
What did he say to you about his mother's health at that point?
he told me that his mother is sick and that his dad will not take her to the hospital.
Did he mimic or show you any of her symptoms when he was talking to you?
He did. He demonstrated her breathing at the time to me.
Can you demonstrate what he did?
I can. He demonstrated a breathing that was
I'd request the record show that the witness is demonstrating a deep, raspy breathing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Some would say.
Do you remember what? Did you remember hearing about the death of Julie Jensen?
I do remember hearing about her death, yes.
In this conversation that you had with David, or when he was telling you about his mother like that, do you remember how much time elapsed between the point where David was telling you that and the point where you heard that David's mother had died?
The conversation took place somewhere between 1 to 2 days before I was informed of Julie's death.
Now, do you recall anything that had happened on the Wednesday preceding Julie's death?
Specifically on Wednesday, sorry, go ahead.
On the Wednesday preceding Julie's death, were you scheduled to go to their house, or was David scheduled to go to your house?
I was scheduled to go to David's house.
And what happened on the morning of December 2nd?
David called our home asking if he could come to our house instead of me going to their house, as the schedule would have been normal for me to go there that Wednesday.
And did he ask you that, or did he ask your mother that, or did he ask you and you turn it over to your mother?
I'm not clear. I'm sorry.
Okay. But in any event, the agreement was that then David would come to your house on December 2nd.
That's correct.
You remember playing with David on December 2nd? You remember anything about December 2nd when David came to your house?
It's weird. He's interviewing him like, or questioning him almost like he's a child.
I remember,
Kind of off-putting.
no, I can't recall details of what we did that day.
Now, after Julie's death, did this alternating Wednesday arrangement continue to occur?
I don't believe so, no.
After Julie's death, did you ever go to David's house again?
I did.
Do you remember how long after Julie's death that you went to David's house again?
I don't remember how long it was after her death. Sorry.
Was it more than a month or less than a month?
It would have been inside a month, but I don't know if it was that next weekend or 2 weekends. I'm not sure.
And when you went to David's house, the next time that you went there, did you see anybody there besides David?
I'm not sure if it was the next time that I saw anybody besides David, but eventually there was someone else there.
And who was the other person that was there?
Her name was Kelly.
And how do you know her name was Kelly?
Mark introduced me to her.
And how did he introduce her to you?
He introduced her as Kelly, a friend from work.
And that time that he introduced you as Kelly, a friend from work, did you see Kelly and Mark together at that time?
Yes, they were together that day.
And did you see them at any time in the bedroom?
Yes, I had seen them in the bedroom one time.
So tell us about the time you saw them in the bedroom together.
I was walking past the bedroom door and saw Kelly laying on their bed. And as I continued past the door, I saw Mr. Jensen standing away from the bed with his shirt off.
And how much time had elapsed between the point of Julie's death and the point where you saw Mark Jensen and Kelly in the bedroom in that fashion?
I'm not sure if it was about a month. Could be a little more, a little less. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
So when you would go to visit David at the Jensens, can you tell us how Julie was when she was there with you?
I remember Julie being very positive and engaging with us as kids. She was not an absent style parent. She was not an absent style parent that just left us to our own. She cooked food for us or took us somewhere else to play if we were going to go to a park or, for example.
So you would say that she was more of an involved parent than a hands-off parent.
Yes.
Would you just, how else would you describe her? Just think of some of the adjectives that apply to her as a mother and as a person that was watching you and David.
Positive, upbeat, kind, sensitive.
Did you ever play with Douglas when you were over there with David?
Occasionally, sure.
Did David seem very close to his mother?
Yes,
And his mother seemed very close to him.
yes.
Do you know whether the Jensen family home, whether there was a computer in the Jensen family home?
Yes, there was.
And where was it? Do you remember?
It was in what David told me was the office. It was a small room that had the computer in it.
And did you ever see Julie on that computer?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Mark Jensen on that computer?
Once or twice.
So the only person did you ever see anybody else on the computer besides Mark Jensen?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Shore, I want to talk to you a little bit about that time you saw Kelly Labonte at the Jensen home.
Okay.
You told this jury today that you saw Kelly Labonte laying on the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
You also testified about this case in January 28th of 2008.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have been about 10 years after Julie Jensen's death.
Yes, ma'am.
Be fair to say it's been a longer period of time since Julie Jensen's death from today. We're talking over 20 years.
Yes.
And when you testified in 2008, you raised your right hand,
Yes, ma'am.
swore to tell the truth,
Yes, ma'am.
just like you did today.
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
On January 28th of 2008, you were asked by Attorney Jambois about what you saw in the Jensen home with Kelly Labonte.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to refer counsel to page 141. Line 5 and 6.
What's the date of that hearing?
January 28th, 2008.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Shore, you were asked, and what were they doing? And your response was, from what I can remember, they were standing there.
Okay.
You also were asked questions about anything else you had seen on that day.
Okay.
And you said you had maybe seen them in the bedroom for 1 to 2 seconds.
Okay.
You were also asked if you
Touche.
observed them embracing,
Okay.
and you advised that you had not seen them embracing.
Okay.
Wasn't he 8 years old when he was originally questioned on this?
Sir, I also want to talk to you about the times you saw the Jensens in their home.
Okay.
You said that you were friends with David Jensen.
Yes, ma'am.
You were also a neighbor
Relatively.
in the same kind of area.
Within a 10-minute drive. Yes.
You weren't across the street.
Correct.
So your parents had set up, or your mothers had set up, this Wednesday schedule.
Yes.
That's not the only time you were at the Jensen home.
Correct.
You also went on the weekends.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that on the weekends is when you mostly saw Mark Jensen?
In relation to,
Wednesdays during the week.
I can't be sure. I'm sorry.
That's fair. And when you were at the Jensen house, I think you said you did things that normal kids would do, video games, right?
Yes.
Playing outside,
Yes.
being in the pool.
We were in the pool on occasion. Yes.
And when you were in the pool on occasions, Miss Jensen was not in the pool with you.
As far as I can remember, no, she was not.
She would kind of watch from the outside.
I can't recall where she was at the time that we were in the pool.
So you don't always remember seeing her.
You're asking if I remember seeing her while I was in the pool?
Correct.
I cannot always remember seeing her while I was in the pool.
You did see, though, Mark Jensen in the pool.
Yes.
He would be in the pool with you and David.
On occasion, yes.
Not every time,
Correct.
but if he was home and available, he would also be in the pool.
On occasion.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had with David Jensen.
Okay.
Okay. The first time you talked to anyone about this case would have been a few years after Julie Jensen's death.
I'm not sure what you mean. Talk to anybody about anything that had happened?
That was a bad question. The first time you talked to any law enforcement or the prosecution in this case would have been a couple of 2 to 3 years after Julie Jensen's death.
As far as I can remember, it was years after that I talked to law enforcement. Yes.
You never talked to Detective Ratsberg in December of 1998.
As far as I can remember, I did not.
And the first person you actually spoke to in this case was Attorney Jambois.
I can't remember if that was the first person I spoke to or not.
Do you remember going and speaking to Attorney Jambois with your mother sometime in 2003?
I don't remember if it was 2003, but I remember having the conversation. Yes.
And no law enforcement was present at that time?
I can't be sure if there was or was not.
At that time in 2003, you would have been what, 13 years old?
Yes.
You didn't write out a statement?
I did not.
You didn't write the things that you would remember being told?
I did not write anything like that.
You didn't write how you observed David Jensen to be breathing, mimicking his mom's symptoms?
I did not write that, no.
Since the time that you met with Attorney Jamboys and your mother, you've spoken to other people about this case.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You've spoken to other people about this case.
At some point, yes.
And you've heard other people talk about this case,
Yes.
including people that you went to school with.
It's hard to recall if anybody I went to school with talked about this case. I don't have a memory of anybody talking about it.
I mean, did you overhear parents talking about the case?
Also hard to say. I don't recall.
You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what David Jensen told you.
That's correct. I did not.
You never wrote down any notes when you were 8 years old as to what day he told you this.
That's correct. I did not.
You told your mom about what you had heard,
From David?
correct?
Yes.
And a police detective spoke to your mom.
I can't be sure of that. I don't know.
You weren't home when they spoke to your mom?
I don't know.
That was back in 1998.
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that the incident happened in 1998. Is that why you don't know or don't remember?
I don't know when detectives spoke to my mom.
And when the detective, you don't know when, but you do know your mom did speak to a detective?
I am not sure. I don't know if she did or did not.
Did you talk to your mom about this case?
Have I ever?
Yes.
Yes.
And since the incident in 1998 and since your conversation with Attorney Jamboys sometime in 2003, 2004, you've never written a statement as to what you heard
That's correct.
or what you saw.
That's correct.
You were asked about this office, the computer room. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had testified that you had seen Mr. Jensen on the computer 1 or 2 times.
Yes.
Did you go into the computer room?
No.
You have no idea what he was doing in there?
That's correct.
You don't know if he was working?
That's correct.
And you testified that you never saw Julie Jensen in the computer room.
That's correct.
But it'd be fair to say that you weren't watching where Julie Jensen was while you and David Jensen were playing,
In general, no, I was not watching to see what she was doing.
or while you were playing video games.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Can you redirect, Mr. Chamberlain?
Well, there was a question I wanted to go back into. Defense counsel had posed to you a question. You didn't write anything that you'd write down, anything that you'd been told. Isn't that true? And you said that is true. You didn't write anything down. But actually, that question kind of assumes the existence of a fact, not an evidence to it that you've been told anything. Had anybody ever told you what to say about this case?
No.
So in your conversations, whether it was with me or with anybody else or with your mother, has anybody ever told you what you're supposed to say?
No.
Other than you're supposed to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
So when you're talking about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, you're telling us about the conversation that you had with David when you were 8 years old, correct?
That's correct.
Now, here on the planet Earth, how many 8-year-old children do you know that write down notes about conversations that they have with other 8-year-old children?
I don't know any.
Never heard of any, have you?
No.
In any culture, in any part of the United States or the world at large, you've never heard of an 8-year-old child that makes it a point to sit down and write out notes about a conversation that he or she's had with their 8-year-old child, correct?
He's really nailing that
Correct.
down, isn't he?
So it would stand to reason that you would not have notes of a conversation that you had with David when he was 8 years old.
Correct.
But as you're sitting here today, that conversation kind of stands out, doesn't it?
Yes.
You've never had a conversation like that with any other 8-year-old child at the time, did you?
That's correct. I did not.
And David's demeanor was quite a bit different when he talked to you about this, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was something very serious and grave to David, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Did he appear to you be frightened and concerned?
Objection, Judge. I think he's leading.
All right,
Could you
Diana, what's
rephrase
that?
it, Mr. Chambly?
What was his demeanor when he was talking to you?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, you went into it on cross,
And he
trying
just
to question.
asked
Can
that
I
question.
finish?
Sorry, Judge.
Being a poor court reporter. I
Damn.
feel sorry for her.
She just jumped right in on the judge.
You went into this area. He has the right to go back into it. So go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
I'd ask that the last question be read back. Once again, putting pressure on your poor court reporter.
David's demeanor was grave, concerned, nervous, worried.
And now those are among the reasons that you still remember that conversation today.
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Shore, when David talked to you, he wasn't crying.
No.
And you had this conversation when you were 8 years old,
Yes.
and you don't know what day you had this conversation.
I can pinpoint it to within 48 hours of December 3rd, but I can't be sure if it was one day before or 2 days before.
So you don't know what day you had that conversation.
Correct.
You don't know what time you had that conversation.
The exact time?
Correct.
Correct.
You don't know where you were when you had that conversation.
I do know where I was.
Where were you?
I was at school on the playground.
So you were at school on a playground with David Jensen when you had this conversation with him.
Yes.
And I understand that you wouldn't have taken notes in 2000 or 1998, sir, but at no point have you written down what you remember from that day.
Correct.
He might have journaled. You don't know, you know. Maybe he hit it like this dude behind her. Maybe he diarrheaed it up. You don't know.
I have nothing further. Thank you,
Right.
sir.
You're excused. Thank you.
All right. So
Ms.
that
Ann.
was
What number is that for me?
My
turn that down a little bit.
co-counsel tells me it's 66, Your Honor.
Thank you.
She's
So
got the list.
Eric Shore is now in the books. You know, I'm trying to find the actual letter from the grave, the one that was like the damning evidence from the trial, from like 20 years ago. But well, the juror at Jensen's first trial in 2008 said that it was the key component in the conviction. But now they're saying that letter, they're not allowing that to be admissible as evidence in this due to hearsay. And if you don't recall, hearsay is we went through that extensively in the last trial that we covered with Darrell Brooks. Also in the Rittenhouse trial, basically the person needs to be present to corroborate the evidence that they provide, or be able to make a claim to its legitimacy, which means I was
Just spell your first and last
not
name for
possible,
the reporter.
Spell it Laura Shore, Laura
The other microphone, ma'am.
Schoor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I know normally people go to the biggest microphone. It's the smallest microphone that we're concerned about here. Mrs. Shore, do you know Eric Shore?
I do.
And how is it that you know Eric Shore?
He's my son.
So you've known him his whole life.
Absolutely.
Directing your attention back to the school year, September through December of 1998. Do you remember where Eric was going to school?
Southport Elementary,
And what grade was he in?
3rd grade.
And who was his teacher?
Mrs. DeFazio,
And who was his best friend in 3rd grade?
David Jensen.
And did you meet David Jensen?
I did.
And did you meet his mother, Julie Jensen?
I did.
Tell us what your recollection, what your memory was of Julie Jensen.
I met her approximately when Eric and David were in kindergarten. She was very kind, smiling, positive.
And then you continued to know her through
Yes.
third grade?
Yes.
So tell us, did you and,
Oh, I said yes.
okay, yes, it's important to speak into these little microphones here, especially you, because the court reporters are back turned to you. And so she can read my lips, although she can usually hear me just fine. But so tell us about any arrangement that you and Mrs. Jensen had with respect to your children playing together.
We would exchange homes on Wednesdays.
So tell us what that means.
That would mean that Eric would go to David's after school on Wednesdays, and then the next week, David would come to our house after school.
And then when the children were done playing, like when David would come to your house after school on Wednesday, would somebody pick David up, or would you deliver David back to his parents' house?
Julie would pick him up.
Okay. And when they were playing at her house, you would pick Eric up?
Correct.
So how often did you see Julie Jensen between September and December of 1998?
At least every other week or once a week.
And did you notice any change in her behavior or her demeanor during that period of time?
No.
Now, do you remember hearing about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the days preceding Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
And do you know what day it was that Julie Jensen died?
I do.
What day was it?
December 3rd,
And what day was it that you heard that Julie Jensen had died?
December 4th.
And was it early in the morning or later in the day that you heard that Julie died?
It was approximately, let's see, probably 9 o'clock in the morning.
By that time, Eric had gone to school already?
Yes.
So switching gears to December 2nd, do you remember anything unusual that happened on December 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the Wednesday
Oh, okay.
preceding December 3rd, December 2nd, can you tell us what happened on December 2nd?
David called our house in the morning before school and Eric answered the phone and talked to Eric directly and asked if he could come to our house after school instead of Eric going to their house after school, as that was the original plan.
And do you know why David was asking this?
I get lost while I'm
said
texting
his
as
mom
to
was sick.
what I'm saying. I don't know how they.
And did you agree that David could come to your house on
Yes.
December 2nd? And do you recall him coming to your house on December 2nd?
Yes. Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about David on December 2nd?
No, they played in Eric's room. I didn't. Oh,
And then the next day, David and Eric went to school, December 3rd.
yes.
And now, anytime before you heard about the death of Julie Jensen, had you had a conversation with Eric about a conversation that he had with David?
Yes, on December 4th, the morning before school, Eric came to me and said, "Mom, David told me his mom is sick and she's breathing," and he did a deep kind of thing, and his dad won't take him to the hospital.
So that you're sure that conversation between you and Eric occurred on the morning of December 4th.
Yes.
And later later within the hour or so, you heard that Julie had
Within a
died.
couple hours, yeah. Mhm.
That's wild, man. Like legit. I can't remember a conversation I had yesterday. So that's
Thank
wild.
you, Mrs. Schuer. I don't have any further questions of you.
Examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Shore, you said that you saw David on December 2nd? On that Wednesday?
Yes.
And that was at your home?
Yes.
And David didn't say anything to you
No.
about his mom?
No.
In fact, you saw the boys playing?
They played, yeah. Mhm.
David wasn't crying,
No,
didn't seem to be under any distress.
not that I saw.
What you knew on that Wednesday was that David had contacted your son because his mom was sick.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. On December 3rd, you didn't have any conversation with your son about anything David Jensen told him.
No,
And then you said on December 4th is when your son had this conversation with you.
in the morning, early morning. Mhm.
On December 9th, you spoke to Detective Ratzberg.
Okay,
It was probably a week after Julie Jensen's death. Do you remember
Okay.
speaking to a detective?
yes,
And he came to your home
yes,
and he wanted to talk to you about Julie Jensen's death.
yes,
He also wanted to talk to you about what you knew about Julie Jensen.
I guess so.
And you knew Julie Jensen because your boys were friends.
Right.
Were you a member of this book club?
No,
So it was really because the boys were friends that you two talked to each other.
yes.
So you didn't know a lot about Julie Jensen.
I mean, I knew her for 4 years.
Right.
I mean,
Did you guys vacation together?
no,
Go
no,
out to lunches together?
maybe once.
And what you told one of the things you talked to Detective Ratzberg about was Julie Jensen discussed getting a job with you.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
not particularly.
One of the things you talked to Detective Ratzberg about was that Julie Jensen said she was supposed to start a job at Bradford High School.
Okay,
Do you remember that?
very vague.
Do you remember telling Detective Ratzberg that she told you she was going to start on December 7th?
No, I don't remember that specifically.
That's fine. But you do remember talking to Detective Ratzberg
Yes,
and him asking you questions.
yes, but I don't remember the conversation.
You don't remember the questions, but you remember him
Correct.
asking you questions.
Correct.
And he was taking notes on what you said.
I guess so.
Were you answering his questions truthfully, if you
Objection.
remember?
Of course, yeah.
This is all irrelevant unless, is there some prior inconsistent statement? It's,
I don't have to just cross her on inconsistent statements.
No. but she's got to cross her on something relevant.
Okay.
How is it relevant that she spoke to Detective Ratzberg at some point?
Well, maybe she's trying to see what was said to the detective at that time.
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
and Your Honor, what was said to Detective Ratzberg was hearsay. So if she wants to ask her about the topic of conversation, if she can ask her to Julie
Well, maybe
Jensen.
there's a statement. I don't know. So we'll see where we're going.
I'm asking the declarant what she said to Detective Ratzberg. Thank
Which
you,
is
Judge.
hearsay. And so what she should ask the declarant is, did Julie ever talk to you about getting a job? She can ask her that. She doesn't need to ask her about hearsay statements. Just ask her. And if she doesn't remember, then she can refresh her recollection.
I'm not going to refresh her recollection, but I will ask that way, question that way.
Mr. Jambley, you can't be both. You can't be the defense attorney and the prosecutor for questions. So let her do her job and we will get through this case. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Shore, do you remember Julie Jensen talking to you about getting a job at Bradford High School?
Right now, I can't remember.
Do you remember Julie Jensen telling you that she was going to start a job at Bradford High School on December 7th?
Don't remember.
You do remember talking to a detective,
Yes,
and you remember answering his questions
Yes.
truthfully. One of the things that you testified before this jury today was that Eric said, David said, his mom was sick, right?
yes,
And Eric said, David said, my dad won't take her to the hospital.
yes.
When you talked to Detective Ratzberg, you didn't tell him that Eric said, David said, Mark Jensen wouldn't take her to the hospital.
Okay,
Is that true?
I don't remember.
Like both her and her son are just kind of in that okay
You're
mode.
referring to.
Okay.
What page?
Page 17 of Detective Ratzberg's report.
And for the record, what document are you talking about? That you were just flashing over to the other side?
I'm crossing her on statements she made to Detective Ratzberg. So the document I'm looking at is Detective Ratzberg's report. I'm not going to show it to her because I don't think that would help.
All right.
Did you talk to Julie Jensen about her concerns about Douglas going into daycare?
Vaguely remember.
And the reason you talked to her about that is she didn't want him to go into daycare, which is why she was trying to get a job in the school system.
Right. There was preschool he was in, but she didn't want him to go to daycare all day long.
Oh, a lot of speculation of the document. Speaking of, I found the letter, the original letter, and I'm going to
And
go
you had
ahead
a
and
chance to see David Jensen on
post that
December
on
2nd.
my page right now.
Yes.
And he'd been coming over to your house every other Wednesday for months.
Yes.
And he
Facebook
never mentioned
later.
anything to you.
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, I want to, I can't find the document, so I just want to find it. Yeah, but I want to know which page it's on.
She is not happy, man. Look at that. She's like, just look at, damn. She had those dead eyes. This fool right here. Kidding me? It's always interesting when you see like the squabbles between between the between the councils. Yeah, the Rittenhouse trial was probably the best. That was actually the best was Daryl Brooks, because he was representing himself, and what a what a show that was. But the letter I found is I'll give you guys a look at it. And they have their
So,
audio. There we
You
go.
don't remember the conversation that you'd had with Julie at some point about starting a job at Bradford High School?
Yeah, right, Tanisha?
As I sit here right now, I can't recall it.
That's so much to
Okay, just-
remember, man.
I'll try to read this part and see if that refreshes your recollection. Okay.
Judge, I think she first has to ask if Detective Ratsburg report is going to refresh her recollection, because it's not her report.
Dave, bet
I
the
think
judge owns
she's
a Harley.
right. It's not her statement, it's a statement by somebody else, so.
So you don't remember talking to Detective Ratsburg? I mean, you do remember talking to Detective
Um,
Ratsburg, but you don't remember any conversation about Julie starting a job at Bradford High School?
I can't remember as I sit here now.
Okay.
Someone got our Christmas mug.
You do recall telling Detective Ratsburg about the statement that Eric had made?
I don't remember anything that I said to him as I sit here now.
Okay. I'm going to, what?
I like how they're not muting the mic. She said, "Do we care? Do we care about what she has to say?" They're really just put people.
When you spoke to Detective Ratsburg, do you remember how you described the conversation that you'd had with Eric about what David had told him?
I just can't remember talking to what I said to him.
Okay.
Well,
Tell us if you can. I want you to think back to the morning of December 4th, 1998, and think about the conversation that you had with Eric, what Eric had told you about his conversation with David. Can you think back to that for a moment?
yeah, I remember Eric telling me.
And what exactly did Eric tell you?
He said, my mom is sick and she's breathing like a deep breathing, and his dad won't take her to the hospital.
Did Eric tell you that David had told him that his mom was almost dead?
No,
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that. No.
No further questions.
Anything on that from the defense?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Shore, since this case, Ms. Jensen's passing, you've spoken to your son about this case.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, you're excused, thank you.
And down she goes. All right. I'm trying to while we're doing this here.
Okay, what number's next?
Judge, the state is calling Angela Martinelli, and that is number 48.
Thank you.
True. Number 48. They're stacking up witnesses, man. I think they had like 65. So we have the letter I'm looking at right now, and it's interesting. Says I took this picture as I'm writing it on Saturday, 11/21/98 at 7 a.m. This list was in my husband's business daily planner, not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for the brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago.
Standing, raise your right hand.
Anyway, I'll put it on my
Swear the
page.
testimony of this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. She said, yes, I do. You want to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone, okay? All right, can you also then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Angela, Angela, Martinelli, Martinelli.
Right. Try to speak a little louder. With that, go ahead, Miss. Is it Miss McNeil? You're going to do the
Yes,
question.
thank
Go ahead.
So we're just using the smaller.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Martinelli, where did you live in 1998?
I lived in Pleasant Prairie on 2nd Avenue.
Is that the Carroll Beach
Yes.
neighborhood?
Yes.
It is. Okay. And when you lived in that neighborhood, did you meet a Julie Jensen?
I met her when I lived on Lakeshore Drive. We moved in 97 to 2nd Avenue, which was still kind of in the neighborhood, but a little farther.
So what year did you meet Julie Jensen?
I met her, I would say 1991.
And how did you meet her?
She was a neighbor, and then we also formed a book club, and we were part of book club together.
So is this the book club that met once a month?
Yes,
So at the least, you would typically see Julie Jensen once a month?
at the very least, yes.
And did you, at certain times when you knew her, did you see Julie Jensen more often?
Yes.
And what were those circumstances where you would see her more often?
Just outside in the neighborhood, and then our boys went to preschool together. So I would see her, I think it was 3 days a week that we took the boys to preschool.
Are you talking about her younger son?
Yes,
And so your child and Julie Jensen's younger son went to the same preschool.
correct.
Now, can you tell us when those two children were going to that preschool, what the days and hours were?
I believe it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8:30 to about 11 or 11:30.
And would you sometimes see Julie Jensen picking up your child and she would be there too?
Yes.
And did you make any observations about Julie Jensen as a mother?
I thought she was an excellent mother.
So she seemed to be attentive to her child?
Very, very caring.
And is there any point in time where you thought Ms. Jensen's personality changed in any way from what you observed?
No.
So now I'd like you to think to the last time you would have seen Julie Jensen alive. Do you know when that would have been?
That would have been November 20th. We had lunch together with the
Okay.
kids.
And is this a lunch where you went out to a restaurant?
Yes. After we picked up the boys from preschool, we went out to lunch.
So pickup time, is that around 11:30?
11 or 11:30, yeah.
And then you went to eat lunch somewhere?
Yes.
Do you happen to remember where?
Stars and Stripes restaurant.
All right. And how did you end up going to lunch with Julie Jensen? Do you recall how it got set up?
She invited me. She called and invited me.
And when you were eating lunch, do you recall any topics of conversation or anything?
I remember we were talking about Thanksgiving that was coming up, and that she was baking pies for Thanksgiving.
And did Julie Jensen eat lunch with you?
Yes.
So she wasn't refusing to eat or anything like
No,
that?
no.
Now, did you end up having a child in early December of that year?
Yes, December 1st of 98.
And did you think Julie Jensen would be interested in hearing that?
Yes, I was going to call all my friends. And when I called Carrie Ashley, who was a mutual friend, she said she would call and let Julie know that I had my baby.
And so just going back to the last time you saw Julie Jensen, did you have any concerns about her demeanor?
I did not.
And how would you describe her demeanor?
She was always a very soft-spoken, calm, just a very caring, kind person.
And the children were actually at the lunch, her youngest child?
The youngest, yeah, her youngest was, yes,
And one of your children?
and one of mine.
And so no difference in her demeanor in terms of how she treated her child?
No,
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Martinelli, you said you were neighbors with the Jensens until sometime in 1997,
yes,
and you continued to remain friends when you saw each other picking up your children?
yes, we still lived in the same neighborhood, just a little farther away.
And although you knew Julie Jensen and did this book club with her, your families didn't like vacation together.
No, we did go over to their house for dinner.
So you knew Mark Jensen also.
Yes,
Now, you said you've known Julie Jensen since 1991 when you were in the same neighborhood.
yes,
And the last time you spoke to her was this lunch on November 20th of 1998.
correct.
And you both had 3-year-olds at the time?
Yes,
It'd be fair to say that when you have a 3-year-old and you're eating lunch, you're also helping your 3-year-old eat lunch.
yes,
Make sure they're eating their food.
yes,
Make sure they're sitting still,
yes,
not running around the neighborhood
Come on.
correct.
or around the restaurant. And that's something you and Julie Jensen also did.
Yes,
Now, she said that she was making pies for Thanksgiving.
yes,
She never mentioned any concerns about eating or drinking when she was talking to you.
no,
In fact, Julie Jensen's the one that did most of the cooking in that Jensen household.
I don't know.
And for Thanksgiving, she talked about how she was going to make the pies.
Correct.
When you talked to Julie Jensen, you didn't have conversations about problems in marriages.
No,
And Julie Jensen never complained to you about any problem in her marriage.
no,
She never talked about any affairs.
no,
She never said on November 20th of 1998 that she was afraid of her husband.
no,
She also never talked to you about depression
no,
or her own depression.
no.
You were at the November Book Club?
I was not.
You were not at the November Book Club. Were you at the October Book Club?
Yes,
And did you miss other book clubs? If you remember.
rarely.
It's fair to say that the people in the book club sometimes missed book clubs.
Yes,
They might have had family issues,
correct.
work obligations.
Yes,
Did you keep track of who came or didn't come
No.
to a book club?
no, not really.
Had you been at book clubs at the Jensen's house before?
Yes,
You never saw any unusual behavior at the Jensen home?
no,
Never saw Mr. Jensen angry with his wife,
no,
yell at his wife,
no,
demean his wife?
no,
And Mrs. Jensen never talked to you about any of those things?
no,
Never expressed any concern?
no.
And that includes on November 20th?
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
They're really running through these witnesses, man. No wonder. I mean, they've got 60, whatever. But
Our next
well, she stopped with it. Yeah. So
That would be, the state is calling Joseph Manji, number 46.
Thank you.
Joseph Manji. So over on my Facebook page, I'm posting the letter that she wrote, the letter from the grave, which was a part of the original case. That this is basically what the jurors said was the, nail in the coffin, so to speak. um, that got him convicted. So, yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to get this all posted while we're talking here. But it's an interesting case because it's been going on. It's been in and out of different courts since 98 when she died, and then 2008 there was another 2013. There was all these different appearances. Wow, man. Welcome to the show, good friend. Welcome to the show. Okay, I'm going to shut up. But yeah,
Standing, sir, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God.
interesting case.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the smaller microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
It's Joseph Mangi, JOSEPH, MANGI.
Thank you. Who's doing the questioning?
I am Judge.
Go ahead.
Easy
Mr.
enough.
Mr. Mangi, during your career, did you work in the Kenosha Unified School System?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about your career in Kenosha Unified?
My wife and I came to Kenosha in 1970, and I taught reading and study skills at Washington Junior High for 1 year, and then was appointed the Dean of Students at Lincoln Junior High the following year. And 2 years later was appointed the assistant principal at Bullen Junior High. I was there for 3 years, and then I was appointed principal at McKinley Junior High. And then that was 7 years, and then at Lance Junior High for 2 years, and then Bradford High School for 18 years from 1987 to 2005.
And after that, did you retire, or what happened after 2005?
I tried to retire. The following year, I was principal at Ipsola for a year, and then the following year, I was appointed superintendent from 2007 to 2010, and then retired again, and then came back to be superintendent in 2014.
Are you now retired?
Sort of.
So then, to be clear, in
My man's got
1998,
jokes.
you would have been the principal at Bradford High School.
Yes, I was.
Now, sometime in the late fall of 1998, was
Not in
Bradford
Bristol
High
right now,
School
Stephanie.
hiring for a secretary in the office?
Yes,
I
we
won't-
needed a part-time secretary.
And did a person by the name of Julie Jensen apply for that job?
Yes, she
Touche.
did.
Touche.
Were you part of the interview process? Were you one of the interviewers?
Yes, I was the main interviewer.
And did Ms. Julie Jensen get an interview?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you an exhibit.
Yeah, they're trying to say that his wife offed herself, took her own life, and then made the letter as damning evidence to basically just to get her husband convicted of murder. So that's what I'm sure the defense is going for right now, where the prosecution is saying like there's so
I
much
put in front of you
evidence,
what has been marked as State's Exhibit
more
number
than just the
8.
letter. So
Is that the resume Julie Jensen would have submitted for this job?
Yes.
And what kind of skills were you looking for this part-time legal secretary or part-time secretary?
mullet bar.
Well, we're a high school, so my philosophy was to look for someone who loved kids, loved working with kids, and loved education. It would have been someone with good relationship skills, with office efficiency, typewriting skills. We did not have computers at the time, so it would have been typewriting skills. Efficient, professional, kind, being able to carry on good relationships, primarily with students, parents, the teachers, office personnel.
And so did you end up interviewing Ms. Jensen the morning of November 20th of 1998.
I believe so.
What was your impression of Ms. Jensen during that interview?
Objection relevance.
If she appeared to be actively seeking and wanting this job, fitting the criteria?
Well, I'll let you go in a little bit in that area. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So you may answer the question of your impressions of Ms. Jensen.
She appeared to be very professional, kind, easy to talk to, upbeat, efficient, all of those things.
So did you think, based on that interview, she was a good fit for the job?
Yes, I did.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 8, this resume, did Julie Jensen express in this resume that she had computer skills?
No, it wouldn't have come up because we didn't have computers at the time. So we weren't looking for that. And so she would not have discussed it because they weren't available. I mean, the only computer that I can remember was to track student attendance, and that wasn't the position she was applying for. All of the secretaries had typewriters at the time.
He sounds like a supreme overlord from like a Star Wars or something, man. He's got that robotic
Now,
voice.
as part
terrifying.
of your trying to figure out whether Ms. Jensen was a good fit for this job, did you learn about her volunteering at Southport Elementary School?
Oddly
Yes,
alluring as well.
it's
I'll just say it.
always part of the process that you talk to someone and get a reference. So I did call the Southport principal, and he was very positive about her work at the school as a volunteer.
And now, in terms of this particular job, was there a minimum number of people you had to interview?
Yes, there were 3. The minimum number of candidates, the policy is you must interview 3 candidates for any position. And so she was the second of the 3 candidates.
And so once you were done with the interview process and you had interviewed the number of candidates you needed to, who did you decide to hire for the job?
Julie Jensen.
And in order to hire her, how did you try to contact her?
I called the home.
And so I want you to think to that time period when you would have called the home. Would that have been sometime the week of November 30th?
Yes.
And so after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
He's like the
We
last living
interviewed
Beatle,
Julie
is basically how
Jensen
that works out,
November
man.
20th. That was Thanksgiving week, I believe.
How do you remember
And
these things?
so the following Monday, I may have interviewed the 3rd candidate. And so I would have called the home to inform Mrs. Jensen that she had the position, and it would have been either Tuesday or Wednesday, the middle of the week. I don't recall exactly which day, but probably the Tuesday or Wednesday of that week.
Okay. And so November turning into December, Tuesday is December 1st and Wednesday is December 2nd. Is that
Yes.
accurate? So you think one of those 2 days?
Yes.
Now, when you called the Jensen home, did Julie Jensen answer?
No, she did not.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
I believe it was Mr. Jensen.
Okay. So it was a male who answered the phone
Yes, it was.
and sounded like an adult.
Yes.
You knew she had a husband.
Yes.
And do you recall whether he identified himself or not?
I identified myself. Hello, this is Joe Mangy, principal of Bradford High School. And I'd like to speak to Julie Jensen. We'd like to offer her the position of the part-time secretary.
And so your belief was you were telling this to her husband.
Yes.
And he's got the
what was his
coolest sounding
response?
voice on that mic. I don't care. He
His
just sounds super
response
cool.
was, she's asleep. She's going to be asleep for a long time. And he laughed.
For a long time.
How would you describe the laugh?
Yeah.
Well,
Linda Lou, you're right. Yeah. This
It
definitely stood out to him. 'Cause
wasn't a
she
loud
died.
guffaw. It was, making light of the situation. I mean, I wasn't anticipating a laugh, so it was disconcerting, but it definitely was a laugh, like you would make light of a situation or whatever.
Now, you would have called during normal daytime hours, correct?
That's correct.
So you weren't calling very late at night?
No, no, no. It would have been during the school day.
So did you ever end up actually speaking to Julie Jensen to offer her the job?
No, I did not.
So what's the next thing that you learned about Julie Jensen?
It was a day or two later that I learned that she had died. And so
And do you have a recollection of how you learned that?
it's hard to remember. I believe it might have been, I live in the neighborhood, and when I could, I would take walks after school hours. Many times I'd come home at 4:30 because there was always an evening event at Bradford. Tuesday nights were girls basketball, Thursday nights were wrestling, Wednesday nights were swimming. And so I would go back to the school because the kids needed to see their principal supporting them. At least that's how I felt.
Way to be,
So
man.
it may have been a neighbor in the neighborhood. It may have been the nurse, Mrs. Labanowski, who also was a neighbor and was our school nurse at Bradford.
So do you think it was still during the school week and not a weekend that you learned she had died?
Yes.
Now, after learning that, did that cause you additional concern about that conversation you had had?
Yes, it did.
And so what did you do, given that you had this additional concern?
Well, I spoke with Mrs. Labanowski, the nurse, because she seemed to have known Mrs. Jensen. And then I spoke to the police liaison officer at Bradford. I believe it may have been Detective Rick Bentz. I remember speaking to him. And he said, well, it's Pleasant Prairie. We don't have jurisdiction there. You need to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department and share your concern. So that's what I did.
All right. And so what were your concerns in that moment that caused you to call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
Well, it's unsettling. It's disconcerting. It just didn't fit somehow. So I thought, well, if it's pertinent to anything, it's my civic duty to inform somebody. Let the police sort it out. I was unsettled. It bothered me. Something wasn't right.
So now, just one more time, take a look at State's Exhibit number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Based on Ms. Jensen's resume, was she a homemaker working from her home from May of 1991 until the time that you were about to offer her this job?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So I would move State's Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it's received. Are we done with the direct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Is it Manji?
Manji, yes.
Mr. Manji, I want to direct you to that Exhibit 8 sitting in front of you. That's the resume you received from Julie Jensen.
Yes.
And at the bottom of that resume that you received from Julie Jensen, it does talk about general office skills.
Yes.
And one of the general office skills you see listed is typing.
Yes.
Another one is filing.
Yes.
And the last one on there says online security order entry.
Okay.
Is that what it says, sir?
That's what it says.
You didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, typing would have been one of them. Filing would have been one of them. Record keeping. Mostly it was interaction with students, teachers, and parents. We were a large school, 1,800 students. So I was looking for somebody that would good relationship skills with kids, with people.
So, Mr. Manji, you didn't actually talk to her about all of the general office skills she had.
Well, we wouldn't have talked about, yes, we did. We talked about office skills in general that were pertinent to the job.
So the office skills listed on Miss Jensen's resume, did you talk to her about every single general office skill she had when you were interviewing her?
Everything but online security order entry, because at the time we didn't have computers. So we wouldn't have talked about that at all.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And just like you just said, you didn't talk to her because computer use was not something you needed for this job.
That's correct.
She did tell you she could type.
Yes.
She didn't mention any concerns with how fast she could type.
No.
When you were speaking to Miss Jensen during this interview, she never told you that Mr. Jensen didn't want her to get a job.
No, that never came up.
And at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
I couldn't because she was the second of three candidates. I had to wait for the third candidate to be interviewed.
So at the end of the interview, you didn't offer her the job.
No, I wasn't able to.
You didn't pick a start date.
No.
He said no to.
You told her you'd get
3
back
times.
to her.
Yes.
Ooh.
Now, you testified that the
Okay.
week of November 30th is when you called the Jensen home.
Yes.
And just to clarify, November 20th of 1998 was a Friday.
I believe so. Yes.
And then you were going to complete the rest of the interviews the next week, Thanksgiving week.
Yes.
It
I
was
forgot
the
what day it
week
is
after
today
that you
multiple times already.
contacted the Jensen home.
Yes. Because the third candidate need to be interviewed. I don't remember. That was Thanksgiving week. It was hard to, to interview people. I Thanksgiving week. So it may have been that week. The third candidate, it may have been the following Monday. But then it would have been Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe, as best I can recollect, the middle of the week.
So you don't remember when you interviewed the third candidate?
I do not. It would have been in the files of the part-time secretary applications at Bradford, but those files were thrown out when I retired by the succeeding principal.
Okay, I want to talk to you a little bit about the timing of the phone call. You testified on direct, you thought it was sometime during the school day.
Yes.
And the school day was what hours? 7:30 until 2:55?
That was the school day for students, yes.
Your school day was longer.
Yes, I was there at 6:30 in the morning because we had before school breakfast for a lot of students. And I would have been there after school. I tried to be a visible principal, so that's when you got your paperwork done from 5:30.
So when you said on direct that it would have been sometime during the school day, you're talking about your school day.
It would have been during the school day, most likely. Things are, with a big school like that, are pretty hectic in the morning and then through the lunch hours. But then things calm down after 1:30, between 1:30 and 3. And so it was probably in that time zone when things were calmer and I had time to think.
It could have been after the students had left the school when you were sitting there doing paperwork.
It could have been. Most likely it was the early afternoon. It could have been 3:30 or so, but probably no later than that.
Do you remember testifying in this case on January 28th of 2008?
Yes.
And you were asked about what time you made this particular call.
Yes.
And I'm going to refer counsel to page 170, lines 4 to 11. Mr. Manji, you were asked, do you recall during which time you would have made this particular call?
Mhm.
And you responded, I don't, I do not. You were then asked, okay, could it have been after school hours? And your response was, it could have been.
That's true.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about this conversation you had when you called the Jensen home.
Mhm. Okay.
You identified yourself
Yes.
and you said, I want to offer Miss Jensen this job.
Yes.
And the individual on the phone advised you that Miss Jensen was asleep.
Yes.
And I think your testimony was asleep for a long time.
Yes.
And then that person laughed.
Yes.
And you said it wasn't a loud laugh,
No,
like a guffaw, I think you said.
that's correct. It wasn't that.
And it wasn't a long laugh.
Well, I mean, it was a laugh. I mean, it wasn't forever, but when you're not expecting something, it was like making light of the situation kind of laugh.
So it was in light of, it was like making light of the situation.
Yes.
That's what you got from the laugh.
That's what I recollect. Yes, that's what I
You-
got from it.
Thank you. You had never met Mr. Jensen.
No, never.
You'd never spoken to him on the phone.
No,
Didn't know his voice.
nope,
Didn't know his demeanor.
no,
Didn't know if he had a nervous laugh.
no.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just to clarify, did it sound like someone just doing a nervous laugh?
You know, it didn't, to me, it didn't appear to be a nervous laugh. I mean, when you're not expecting something, you know, it's hard to determine. I remember it wasn't a loud guffaw. I don't know what a nervous laugh can be. I'm not an expert in.
I love the
you know,
word
people
guffaw.
laugh,
He's killing it.
especially when you're not anticipating something. It wasn't, do you know what I mean? It was a phone call. It was a laugh. It was making light of the situation. It's kind of how I interpreted it. It was unsettling to me. I didn't expect that. So I don't know what else I can say. It's hard to describe, you know, a laugh from 25 years ago. It's the best I can recollect.
I have no further questions.
Anything on that one question?
No.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming in. All right, there's been a request by the jury for a break, and I'm going to honor it. So let's go back and take a little break. Don't talk about the case, okay?
All right. Well, now that we have a little break in the case, people stretch their legs. I should do the same because this ridiculous chair that I'm sitting in, it feels like I'm getting a colonoscopy. Like it's already breaking on me. So getting the whole mobile studio setup it's tough, man. Just getting this all dialed in.
All right, let's try to be back 10:15.
Damn. This judge he likes to take his breaks. Okay. Well, fine by me. Okay, what we're gonna do here then is I've got the we're gonna catch on. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can't pull up this letter for you here. But guffaw, yeah, here we go. I got you guys. I'm gonna paste that guffaw. I had to look it up, man. He was crushing it with that. And guffaw, I didn't know. So again, you guys can always find me at hashtag CJTV. CJTV Media will show up. You're watching CJTV right now. I am your host, CJ. Paradox is the clothing line that's bringing us the show today, which keep your eyes out for the new year, new gear. So something new there. Also, that guy, he has no name, but he's missing a horn as well. So if you've got any ideas, shoot me a DM or email me, cj@cjtv.live. Also, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, thoughts, or provocative limericks, if you will, feel free to shoot me a line at cj@cjtv.live. Also, we've got a phone number that you can go ahead and dial me in at. We are going to be doing a call-in show here before too long. Definitely something you want to jump in on with us. It'll be a lot of fun. But let me give you that that letter real quick, because I've got it right here and we can read it together. So, and this is, like I said, the damning evidence from the original case that got Mark Jensen convicted. But man, yeah, that dude had the most incredible, like Beatle. He looked like the Beatle, like one of the original. He looked like Ringo or any of the Beatles. Sorry if I'm offending any Beatle fans, but that man was a stud. And I will pull that up for you right now. So, where is it? Where are you? You're hiding in here somewhere. I know you are. Here we go. Okay. And here we go. Boom. All right. Good deal. So this is from a little ditty called Justice Isn't Always Served. So hopefully you guys can see that better than I can, or better than it looks here. But yeah, it looks all right. So it says Pleasant Prairie Police Department, Ron Cosman or Detective Rittenberg. Sehr gut. I took this picture and plus am writing this on Saturday, 11/21/98 at 7 a.m. Anyone in the comments, please go ahead and post up when she was actually announced dead. This list, in quotes, was in my husband's business daily planner. Not meant for me to see. I don't know what it means, but if anything happens to me, he would be my first suspect. Our relationship has deteriorated to polite superficial. I know he's never forgiven me for that brief affair I had with that creep 7 years ago. Mark lives for work and the kids. He's an avid surfer of the internet. Mind you, this is 1998, so the internet was really just taking off. You know what I mean? It was booming. We were seeing the development of all of the craziness of the internet. Anyway, I do not smoke or drink. My mother was an alcoholic, so I limit my drinking to 1 or 2 a week. Mark wants me to drink more with him in the evenings. I don't. I would never take my life. That just jumps. I would never take my life because of my kids. They are everything underlined to me. I regularly take Tylenol plus multivitamins, occasionally take OTC, over-the-counter stuff, for colds, Zantac or Imodium, have one prescription for migraine tablets, which Mark uses more than I pray I'm wrong, plus nothing happens, but I am suspicious of Mark's suspicious behaviors. Fear for my early demise. However, I will not leave name my life's greatest love, accomplishment, and wish. May 3Ds, Daddy, Mark, plus, and plus. I'm guessing these are names of our children they want to keep out. Signed, Julie C. Jensen. So, come on, Tortilla, go chill out over there. Getting attacked by a cat. I mean, so what we're seeing there is, this is the letter. So this is the letter that she wrote. And yeah, it's, I mean, it says it all right there, but some of this cat, I'll tell you, just zero concerns, zero shits given, as the kids say. We got over here. Sorry. So this trial definitely, yeah, I'll keep you posted, Linda Lou. as per the dial times. One of the things I would ask anyone that's watching right now or that will be watching in future times is to share the stream. If you're not able to contribute to the stream via stars, which is always a big help, share the stream. Just share it out to, small groups, big groups, family, friends, whatever it might be. Just circulate the stream as much as possible. We want to get as much viewership as possible. And if you have notifications set up, apparently they set up the new meta, right? And the metaverse going on in Facebook is a pain. Apparently it's done nothing but cause headaches for most people, and definitely for me. But I believe that notifications got a little messed up. So you might need to turn off notifications, turn them back on. Make sure to turn them back on, though. Don't leave that hanging in the breeze. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this real quick. And we still have a few minutes left for the case here. Now, Shelly, there we go. The email is cj@cjtv.live. That's my email, which I try to respond to as quick as possible. And it's, how you get a hold of me. So Mark Jensen, man, it's just such an interesting situation, right? So this entire case, the whole trial is available. I was going through videos of each witness they had from the original trial. It's just wild that they're bringing in witnesses from 98. You know what I mean? And these are people that were like, this kid was 8 years old, right? Like, this kid, he's not a kid. He was 8 years old in 98. And now they've got these people that are trying to recollect conversations they had. But here, let me, for those that don't know, okay, let me go ahead and give you, so Mark Jensen was accused of killing his wife with antifreeze. Okay. So I'm going to give you a quick breakdown here. Right. So, but I need you to have something to look at for, just for a reference point. So, we're going to take a gander at the, where are we at over here? Yeah, this guy right here. So we've already gone through opening statements, and we're not going to do a play-by-play here, but we are going to go ahead and take a look at Mark Jensen. There we go. Okay. We're on a break right now, guys. So we have a few minutes to just kind of cool about here. Mark Jensen. There we go. Let me see. So, okay. So yesterday with the opening arguments started up, right? So he was convicted, once convicted back in 98 for the poisoning death of his wife. He was convicted in 2008 of first-degree intentional homicide. So in the trial of a man once convicted in 1998, poisoning death of his wife, right? So this is where it gets a little convoluted for me. And anyone in the comments, I would love for a little bit of clarity if anyone is able to do that for me, because it's definitely confusing. So 1998 is when his wife died, and I believe he was convicted of her death then. Now, he was convicted in 2008 of first-degree intentional homicide for poisoning Julie Jensen, who was 40 years old at the time, with antifreeze and sleeping pills, then suffocating her with a pillow in the garage of the couple's Pleasant Prairie home, which is just right outside here, in December of 98. Jensen, who is now 63, was sentenced to life in prison. Now, I believe what happened in this situation was, and follow me here, 98, he was convicted. And then I believe that at one point, and the letter that Julie Jensen wrote that we showed you, and it's going to come in sideways here, but that letter, this one right here, pardon, it's sideways. Nothing I can do about that. But we already read that. So this letter right here, they said they couldn't be used as evidence because it was hearsay. So that being thrown out, I believe that they dismissed the original conviction. But then in 2008, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, in the comments, because again, this is very confusing. In 2008, a judge said that it was admissible. And if anyone in my Discord right now is trying to correct me, yeah. So Mark Jensen right now apparently is 63 years old, and he looks pretty young. Like my Discord is talking about right now. Yeah. So he was convicted in 2008 of first-degree intentional homicide for poisoning her, and then sentenced to life in prison. Now, what followed was a trial of appeals that revolved around key pieces of evidence that were shown to the jury during his first trial and pointed to him as a suspect. Among them was the letter that we read Julie Jensen left to a neighbor and voicemails to a police officer suggesting that if she was found dead, her husband was likely responsible. I'm curious. On a side note, who was the guy she had the affair with? She said some creep in the letter here. She said it was 7 years before that, though. That's a heck of a span. You know what I mean? Who was she sleeping with? You know, and how long did that affair last? But I guess Mark never got over it. In the trial earlier, at the beginning of the day, they were talking about what was a guffaw, if you will. No, it was an excited statement, and if that was going to be admissible. But they were talking about Mark's obsession with beep, and they were blanking it out. So, and I guess they had pictures in the home of her and whomever this guy was engaged in the act, and they just were still at the house. They just never went away. So, and they kept him around, and I guess he would refer to him, and it was some kind of odd obsession. I'm not sure. But the attorney for Jensen argued the recordings violated his Sixth Amendment right to confront his accuser because she wasn't there. So the voicemails came from the grave. The letter came from the grave. The judge in the earlier trial found Jensen had forfeited that right by causing her death, therefore making her unavailable to testify. So, all right, Daniel, I'll check that out in just a second. And then, so the Wisconsin Supreme Court upheld an appellate court decision. The case should be retried. So in March of 2021, the Supreme Court ruled the incriminating statements made by Julie Jensen that were revealed after her death could not be used as evidence against him at trial. The trial is expected, of course, to last a month or more. It's just, man, it's just wild. So according to my inside track here, defense counsel Craig Albee argued that Julie Jensen was a depressed woman who killed herself and framed her husband. Moreover, the deceased had seen a therapist at least 3 times for depression and was aware of her husband's extramarital affair with a coworker, Kelly Labonte Greeman, whom Mark Jensen later married. Okay, so someone had mentioned that he was married up until 2009. Okay, Danielle, yeah, thank you. So they were both having an affair. So she cheated, right? And then he cheated. And then someone ends up dead. So these lights are bright. I got to turn these down. Evidence was introduced showing that Mark Jensen had discussed poisoning his wife with coworkers and a jailhouse associate. Jailhouse. So did he work in the jail? Is that what we're gathering here? Was Mark Jensen an employee of the jail? Any info, throw it my way. As well as searching on the internet for information relating to poison. I don't think that in 98 they were all too keen on the fact that your search engine doesn't exactly stay anonymous once you hit delete. So, yeah, so it says that Jensen remained angry over his wife's brief affair in 91 with coworker Perry Tarika. Perry Tarika. Anybody know Perry? Anyone out here in the Kenosha County, Pleasant Prairie area that knows Perry Tarika? If so, put me in touch. Bring Perry on. We'll have a chit chat. So yeah, he was looking for. And now, if this evidence, his computer evidence, right, which should be admissible because that has nothing to do with his deceased wife, is admissible. That is pretty incriminating evidence to have thrown in there. The fact that you've got you were looking up how to kill somebody on your computer and talking to your coworkers about it, and then it ends up happening. I mean, you can only lean in the direction of coincidence for so long. You know what I mean? As well as searching on the internet for information related to poison. The prosecution contended also that Jensen remained angry over his wife's brief affair in '91 with coworker Perry Tarika. The letters used by the prosecutors was controversial because such evidence has been blocked from court for years by strict hearsay rules based on criminal defendants' rights to confront their accusers under the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Now, you hear hearsay a lot. I'm not sure if are they threatening to come back in? No, they're not. Okay. I mean, looks like they came back a little early. It would appear so. Man, this guy is, if he's innocent, he's innocent. If he's guilty, he's guilty. All roads point towards guilty, but man, he gives me the creeps. And let me throw him back up here for you real quick. Boom, boom, boom. About to get
Formerly known
attacked.
as Kimberly Shaw.
Kimberly Noble, formerly Kimberly Shaw. Hey, back out of there. What are you doing? Come here. Get away from the. Come here. Hey, sorry. Cat issues here.
Have you stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Try to get as close as you can to that smaller microphone.
And then spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Kim Noble, Kimnoble.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Thank you. And Ms. Noble, did you know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
I did.
Tell the jury how you came to know Julie Jensen.
I lived in the same neighborhood as Julie, and we were in a book club together. And she babysat for my daughter for the first 2 years of her existence.
So, what year was it that you first met Julie Jensen, if you can recall?
We moved into the neighborhood in '92.
And how was it that you first came to meet or know Julie Jensen?
Introduced by neighbors. So when we would go outside, we would talk, and then we joined a book club together.
So, between the time of 1992 and the time of Julie's death in 1998, about how often would you see Julie Jensen?
We moved down the street a little bit in 1996. So at that point in time, it became more for just book club, which was once a month. But prior to that, when we lived very close, we would see each other outside. And when she was babysitting for Clarice, then more frequently, because I would drop off or pick up Clarice once a day.
So between 1992 and 1996, when you were living closer to them, where exactly did you live in relation to the Jensen residence?
There were 2 houses in between our houses, and I was south. So
Okay, so you lived the third house to the south of their house.
correct.
And so during the summer months, could you tell us what your typical interaction would be, if any, with Julie Jensen between 1992 and 1996?
A lot of people would walk. So in the earlier years, people would walk and be around with kids in strollers, and we'd stop and talk. Julie would work in the yard, and so we'd stop and talk. And also when I would drop off Clarice either in the morning or pick her up in the afternoon, we would just talk about general things, what's going on.
So what was Clarice's date of birth?
June 6, 1994.
And so how long were you at home with Clarice before you had to go back to work?
I had 8 weeks leave. So approximately beginning of September, end of August.
You went back to work?
Yes.
And so what did you do with Clarice when you went back to work?
Julie babysat for Clarice.
So that must have been hard to be with your baby for 2 months and then have to leave her to go to work?
It was, but I
So-
chose to be a working mom.
Yes, and so you wouldn't leave your 2-month-old baby with just anybody?
No,
You were very concerned about making sure that you had a good place to put Clarice,
correct.
and you decided on Julie?
Yes.
And what were the qualities about Julie that would cause you to trust her enough to leave your 2-month-old baby daughter in her care?
She was very kind, very compassionate. I never really heard her yell or raise her voice. She was just an all-around nice person.
Had you seen her as a mother with her children?
Yes,
And what kind of a mother did you perceive her to be with her children?
kind, compassionate, helpful, trying to learn things, involved in what the kids were doing, and, just all around what I would say is a good mom.
So during the time that Mrs. Jensen, Julie Jensen, was watching Clarice, you would drop Clarice off with her?
Either drop her off or pick her up, depending on work schedules. My husband and I would alternate.
I see. And whenever you picked up Clarice, did she appear to be in good shape?
Yes,
Did Julie and Clarice appear to have developed a bond? Could you perceive?
it seemed to me that she was doing a very good job taking care of Clarice, and Clarice was very happy to be there.
Clarice never threw a fit about going to
No,
Jensen.
no.
And that was from about August of 94.
Yes, to about September of 96.
And why was it that you then had Clarice go somewhere else, if you can recall?
Judge,
I
I would object. This is irrelevant. I don't,
Tell me where we're going, Mr. Jim.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, if you'll recall the opening statement that was made by defense.
Did recall
counsel.
it from the defense, correct?
Yes, by the
And
defense.
the issue was brought up, mental health,
Yes.
suicide, correct?
Yes, in the years preceding this incident.
So we will continue with this line of questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. That means you can answer the question. So I forgot, I'd asked the reporter to read back the last question.
So in late August, early September of 96, we put Clarice in a daycare. I was expecting our second child, and we just felt it was good timing to move Clarice when school started, because I could tell her she was going to school. And that way, with the second one on the way, we could put them both in the same daycare.
So that was not because of any problems or complaints you had about Mrs. Jensen?
No,
Julie
not
Jensen?
at all.
And did you remain friends with Julie Jensen from 1996 up until the point of her death?
Yes,
Did you see any change in her, and you saw her at book club on a regular basis?
correct.
Did you ever see any deterioration or change in Julie during the time that you knew her?
I did not.
And what was your impression of Julie Jensen during that entire time from 1992 through 1998? What was your impression of Julie Jensen as a person and as a mother?
As a person, she seemed happy with her hobbies of gardening and cooking and crafting. And as a mother, She was involved in school activities with the boys, and she seemed to be a very good mother.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. I have no further questions.
All right, Cress from the defense.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Noble, you said that you went to book club in November of 1998.
That is correct.
That's the only time you spoke to Julie Jensen in November of 1998?
It is the only time I recall speaking to her.
And then you would have been at book club in October of 1998?
Correct.
Do you specifically remember Julie Jensen being at that book club?
I don't specifically remember her being there.
You were there.
I was there.
Do you remember any other dates that you might have had a conversation with Julie Jensen in October of 1998?
I do not remember any other dates.
Most of the contact that you had with Julie Jensen when she was watching your daughter?
Most of the extended contact. After that, it switched to the book clubs. So that was more like one time a month.
So between 1994 to 1996, it was maybe a daily contact at some points.
That's fair to say, yes.
And then after 1996, you both moved from the neighborhood and moved your child out of her care.
Yeah, we moved just down the street. We actually moved from the neighborhood in fall of 94.
And after you took your child out of her care, you started to see her more on a monthly basis.
Correct, for book club.
If she was at the book club.
She was a regular attendee.
So if she was at the book club as a regular attendee, you would have seen her.
Correct.
If you were at the book club.
Correct.
And there were times that people didn't make the book club.
There were times.
People have other things going on in their lives.
Correct.
Vacations.
Correct.
Birthdays.
Correct.
School events.
True.
Many reasons.
True.
One of the things that you did know about Julie Jensen is that she had gone to school for nursing.
Correct.
And that's one of the things when you talked about having your child with her that you knew about her.
Correct.
You also met Mr. Jensen during this time in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You saw him with his boys.
I did, but not nearly as frequently.
And you knew that he worked full-time?
Correct.
You knew that Jensen was a stay-at-home mom.
Correct.
And as a stay-at-home mom, she also watched children.
Correct.
Including your child.
Yes.
And she would feed your child.
Yes.
Make lunch for your child.
Yes.
Did you pack your child a lunch?
Sometimes, not always.
And when you didn't, she would make sure your child was fed.
Correct.
At the book club, besides reading about the book, there were also treats.
Yes.
Was it mostly like brownies, or were there other types of food there?
It varied.
And at the November book club, there were treats at that book club.
Correct.
Julie Jensen prepared those treats.
Correct.
Julie Jensen didn't express any concerns about her husband at that November book club.
The only concern I remember was brief.
About a tree that had been blown over by the wind.
The cover from the spa blew up because of the wind and hit the tree.
And she was worried about explaining that to Mark.
Correct.
You had never seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
I had not seen Mark Jensen yell at his wife.
And when she kind of explained her concerns about this tree, she never said she thought her husband was going to do something to her.
No,
Kill her.
She seemed worried, but it was more in a how will I explain what's going to happen kind of situation, not fearing for her life situation.
Not fearing for her safety.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect,
Nothing, Your Honor.
you're excused. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, let me get the next number. So for purposes of timing, this is a video witness, and it's quite lengthy. So I think if the court approves, we could stop the video for the lunch hour when it
All right,
gets.
let's start it and see where we go.
Okay, and so this would be witness number 75, Tadus or Ted Voigt.
Jan, I have that document. All right, I will read to the jury again the agreement the parties have regarding recorded testimony. You'll be hearing and seeing previously recorded testimony of witnesses who are no longer available to testify in person. You are instructed to ignore the logo which may appear on these videos because it has no relevance to this case. You are further instructed that this recorded testimony is evidence and should be evaluated the same way as witnesses who testify in person. So, anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
And then for the record, this is State's Exhibit 9.
Number 9?
Correct.
All right.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your first and last name?
Ted Voigt, Dedeeszwojt.
And Mr. Voigt, did you know Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes.
How is it that you came to know Mark and Julie Jensen?
They were my next door neighbors.
Where did you live at the time that you were the neighbors of the Jensens?
It was a 9024 Lakeshore Drive, First Avenue at the time.
And when did you first move to 9024 First Avenue?
It was around 1992.
And when you moved into that residence, who were you living with at that time?
Yes.
Who were you living with at that time?
My wife,
And what's your wife's name?
Margaret.
And do you and Margaret have any children?
Yes, we
How many children do you have, sir?
2.
And how old are they?
20.
20 and 21, sir?
Right now.
Yes. And what do you do for a living, Mr. White?
Well, I'm in the construction and the design of arts, usable arts for housings and the personal usage.
Tell us what you mean by usable arts for housing.
Well, I design for like restaurants, special bars, jazz clubs, stages, furniture, desks, any type of piece that you can use for your personal use. I will work with the client and design some very unusual, creative piece of furniture or just artwork.
Okay. Can you describe some of the types of artwork that you've created in the past, say, 2 years or so?
Oh yeah, I just finished one of the project downtown Chicago, Pops for Champagne, and I designed Pops for Champagne. I designed for them their bars are stone, glass, stainless steel. Their custom tables, very unusual. That's what the client asked me to design something for them that never been done before, they never seen before. So that's what I do. I create, I use my imagination, and I build it in my head, then it goes on the paper. And
You are welcome, Nancy.
I do it.
And how long, well, as of December 3rd, 1998, how long had you been living at 9024 First Avenue?
I think so. It's got to be 12 years.
Now, if you can tell the jury, if you can remember, how was it that you first met Julie Jensen?
Well, actually, about 2 years before we moved, we built our house, we moved to our house. I bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen.
And what year was it you bought the lot across the street from Julie Jensen, if you can remember?
What year was it?
Yes, do you remember?
Probably 1990.
Okay. And so what was it about buying that lot across the street
I
from
bought
Julie?
the lot to build a house on it, because actually it had existing foundation. And since we started building, then across the street, that lot, there was at the moment new construction going on, which was Julie's and Mark's house. And then on a daily basis, us coming into the construction site and leaving the construction site, we saw Julie. And actually one of the occasions, Julie actually came out to our construction site and introduced herself. She helped us a few times. She will check on us if we stayed a little bit longer, like 9 or 10 o'clock. She was like asking, are you having a problem or some other stuff? You know, we were just working long time, long hours.
So just check on you and being a good neighbor and seeing how you were doing.
Yep. No reason, just walk out and, you know.
So did you come to view Julie Jensen as a person that was a friend of yours?
Yes. Yes, more than a neighbor, I would say a friend.
And after you built that house across the street, at some point you then apparently built a house next door to them.
Yes, there was, I think so during the construction of the house across the street, I noticed there was a sign next to Mark and Julie's house for sale. And I called the number, and actually there was Mark's telephone number. It was their lot. And we started talking, and they sold me the lot. And then I built a house there.
Now, is that the first time you ever spoken to Mark Jensen, is when you were?
No, I did spoke to him before.
So you'd also come to know Mark Jensen before you built your house there?
Yes.
And in the years that followed as you lived there, did you occasionally socialize with Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Tell us some of the circumstances under which you'd socialize with them.
Well, the basic stuff was just, I like the neighborhood, that's why we moved there. There was very like family-oriented neighborhood. They had the kids, we had the kids. So when you, on the weekends or when you come home early or something, always there was somebody out there. You could talk to Mark, Julie on a daily basis. They're very friendly people, very nice people.
Did your children play with their children?
Yes, we did. We had a couple of times dinners together. We went, I think so, a few times to Shawnee's restaurant on Highway 50. And, no, I just, nice people.
You enjoyed their company?
Yes. Very.
Now, did there come a time in 1998 when Julie started to describe to you some problems that she was having in the household?
There was a few weeks. I think so. It was about 6 weeks or 5 weeks before Julie died. I noticed the difference. Noticed in her behavior.
So, what was the first time, if you can tell the jury, what was the first time that you noticed that there was a change in Julie's behavior?
Well, the biggest thing was I was leaving to work, I remember that morning, and I was, just getting ready, getting the stuff in my car, and I noticed that Julie was sitting in the front of the house on the bench, and she was like leaning down with her hands out on the railings, and she was crying. So, I just, because we've been friends, we talked a lot before, so I didn't hesitate. I just come up and I talked to her.
Now, this occurred approximately how long before she died?
I would say 5, 6 weeks. I cannot tell you exactly, but that was about the time. It was fall already.
So when you were talking to her, did you approach her or did she come over by you?
I did approach her. I was very concerned. I did approach her because I don't think so she didn't even see me.
And when you approached her, as you got closer to her, what did you see?
Well, when I approached her, I said she had her head down, the hands kind of spread out, and you can hear her cry. And then she pulled her head up. She had tears on her face, she was all red. And we started talking. I started asking her what's going on with this, and she didn't want to say what was the problem. She didn't want to just, the first thing. And after probably, I think it's a minute or 2 minutes of discussion, I asked her, she started kind of waving her hands and saying they had another big argument this morning. She had it with it. The situation in the house has got very intense. They will have a daily arguments, few times a day. And one of the biggest things she said, contribution to those arguments is started when Mark got his new job. He kind of changed. And one of the things which she said at that time, at that moment, she said she thinks Mark has got another woman. And that's why this thing is going on like this. That's why she's getting so much pressure from him.
Did she describe to you, if you can recall, what kind of pressure Mark was putting on her?
Well, one of this pressure was go get a job. He told her to go get a job. This was one of the things. I think so. Douglas, the youngest son, put him in the daycare, which she really didn't want to do this because understanding they had in the house, which she told me that she was contributing to the house by babysitting, by taking care of the kids. She was, daily basis. I mean, she was really, the kids was the major thing for her.
Did you ever see Julie interacting with her children up until that point?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see what kind of a parent she was with her children?
Oh, she was a great parent. She was really, I mean, you saw her every day with the kids, playing in the front, playing in the back, spending time in her garden. The kids would be there.
This is tripping me out, man. Like they're able to use these video recorded testimonies from the previous case, from the original
If you were
trial.
to describe Julie as a parent, how would you describe her? Was she a good parent or a bad parent, a great parent?
Very loving mother, very great parent.
I mean, it's just,
So how long did this conversation that occurred
Yeah,
between
Stephanie.
you and Julie last?
because it's a retrial.
Morning, 5 or 6 weeks before she died.
Yeah, it's probably less around 45 minutes, half hour to 45 minutes.
And was she tearful during this entire thing, or was she just giving you her
she
side?
she was tearful in the very beginning. Then she got really upset about it. That's why I said she was waving her hands. She didn't know what he wanted from her because every time was always something. He will come up, and then by the time he gets from work, there were another argument and another argument. And it was a long time ago. I cannot remember everything that she told me, but one of the things, that's why she suspect that he has someone, because he will go to O'Hare Airport for a business meeting and he will stay there overnight for 2 days or 3 days period.
And how long is O'Hara from your residence?
Well, depends how you drive, but I would say 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah. I remember I had a discussion with Mark about it too. I said, you're going there and you're staying. I'm driving every day to Chicago and I call him back. And he said, well, that was it.
What did he say?
No,
Okay. So after that conversation that you'd had with Julie that morning, that lasted a half hour, 45 minutes, when was the next time that you saw or spoke with Julie Jensen?
I would say probably the same, afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock the same day.
You saw her again?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to talk with her at that time?
Yeah, we did. We did. It just, like I said, we had talks on a daily basis. Sometimes we didn't talk, even before the 6 weeks. There was nothing new that we talk in the front of the house or something, but just discuss
Yeah,
different
it's
things.
a solid
It was
point.
common for you to talk with Julie Jensen on an almost daily basis?
Wisconsin Judicial Handbook, something like that.
Now, in the weeks before you had this first conversation with her, this one you just described,
And just a
have you
heads up,
noticed any
Kohlberger.
change in Julie's behavior or any change in the way she appeared?
No, she was, she did her things, which she always used to do. She had her stuff to do every day. I will meet her on the back when she cut the grass, or she worked on by the swimming pool or her garden. Yeah, it was,
And just a heads up, the Kohlberger case in Idaho, that is pushed out until June 26th. Will be taking place in Idaho. So they had an extradition hearing in Pennsylvania just now today, and that's what's going on. Is they're pushing that out. So the preliminary hearing is set for June 26th in Idaho. So
when you talked with her that afternoon,
Pretty
you
big
said
one.
you'd had another conversation with her that afternoon. Did Julie appear to be in better spirits or about the same when you talked to her?
well, she was down. That's why I noticed. I mean, that 6 weeks or 5 weeks. I mean, her behavior. She wasn't herself. I mean, you could feel she was under a lot of pressure.
She seemed to be sad, more sad than you've
Yes,
seen her in
she
the
was-
past?
She was sad. I mean, she will, like I said, she will like look for a chance or opportunity to talk to me, just to get her, just to talk to someone about her problems.
And what would she say to you when she talked to you about those problems? Did she amplify on the problems she described before?
Why don't you put a time frame on the
Well, let's talk about the conversation you had with her that afternoon. You said you'd spoken with her in the morning and she was crying. Tell us what you can remember about the conversation that you had with her that afternoon.
Well, I don't remember that much, but mostly she repeated the stuff that we were talking about that morning. Her that she was suspicious that
he
Mark
has
was seeing somebody.
apparently has a hearing
Now,
problem.
and in the
So-
weeks that followed, did Julie continue to confide in you?
Yes.
He's just listening to music.
Was there any change in the things that she was telling you?
It's rocking out.
What the chance what she was telling me, she's started noticing changes in the house. One of the biggest thing was, I mean, there was still they had their daily argument, but she was start suspecting Mark. One of the things was the computer stuff, what he was doing on the computer, his research.
What did she tell you about what she suspected about Mark and the computer?
Well, I remember the one of the conversation was that.
Thank you, Shelley.
I
Appreciate
think
it. Yeah.
Mark went to work.
Guys, would please share
in
the
morning,
stream out. I appreciate it.
And then she noticed on his desk by the computer, there was little notes, like those little stick around 2x2 notes with a different
These
side.
stick
Just,
around.
3 of them stick on each other. And there was sites when Mark was going to look for different poisoning sites about the poison.
So these were written on Post-it notes?
Yes. And they were just stick on the top of that's how she described it to me.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember what the poisons were that she mentioned?
No.
He just put them right on top of the desk.
I do not remember.
Like,
And can you remember in relation to
come on, man.
that this conversation when she was describing these poisons, how much time had passed between the point where you'd first seen her crying like that in the front, that conversation as you described, and the point where she had this conversation with you about the poison sites?
No, it could be a week, maybe less. I mean, she really got very suspicious. It's like she will do like her daily thing just to confront me, what she find out new, what he was doing on a daily basis. And she will just come out the same afternoon or next morning. I remember sometimes I will go the same time I will leave to Chicago in the morning at 9:15, 9:30, and she will wait for me. just to tell me what happened last night, or when she found it. Like she will tell me that last night she was sitting. She was vacuuming the house, and as she was vacuuming through the hallways and everything, she noticed that Mark was on the computer and doing the research. He was looking on the screen about the poisoning and everything. And
That's wild,
at the
man.
point, Mark got really suspicious because she was staring at the screen. He took his foot and he just slammed the door, closed the door in front of her face.
Well, he was making Post-it notes,
And then-
writing out
No,
the poison.
when she
That's
described that conversation, or when she was describing that incident, do you remember when that incident occurred in relation to the other conversations you've described and in relation to her death?
The time, the point, not really, but I would say there was probably in a week or so, in a week after the first conversation, I saw her in the front.
Okay, well, how much, if you remember when she was talking to you about how Mark closed the door with his foot,
Yeah.
when she'd seen that on the computer, if you remember, how much time elapsed between that conversation and the point where you discovered that Julie had died?
I would say around 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And there was another occasion that she was very confused and scared because there was some times that Mark left to work and he left his computer on. And on the screen of the computer, there was the website or about the poisoning and everything. So then she will come out to me and talk to me about it. And she's like, I don't know what he's trying to do to me. If he's like trying to scare me, he's playing with my mind, or he just forgot to turn it off. He will just leave it on all day long. For her to see it, or she couldn't figure out what was going on.
Well, did she discuss with you what her various suspicions were?
Yes.
What were the various suspicions that she had?
Well, her very suspicious was that he's trying to poison her, or he's trying to drive her nuts to take away the kiss from her, because that's what one of the arguments they had, that he was scaring her that she was an unfit mother. He will take the kids away from her.
And was that, how did Julie feel about the prospect of Mark taking the children away from her?
She was furious. She was
Linda.
really,
That's an interesting take on
she
things.
was
Thank you for
really-
sharing that.
she was really upset about it. And then one of the things was that Mark was pushing her. He said, pushing her to go get a job, go see a doctor, that put doctors in the school. There was like daily talks between me and her about it. She was telling me those things on a daily basis because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can
I'll
recall?
say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Cussman somewhere, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed and she's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it was.
She didn't know which one is it. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life. If this is true, what he's doing, because of like he will leave that screen on or some other things.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, what the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was, I remember one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling, so I picked up the phone, and he started arguing with me. Where you been? What you been doing? Why you been answering the phone?" You know, and he
Sorry, my disc player is
But he's-
struggling.
She said my disc player is struggling. Guys, I guarantee there's people that are probably
just
watching
gonna
this
pause
that
it
don't
for a
even know what a
moment.
disc
Hopefully
player
that'll
is.
let it catch up.
They're gonna have to take it out and wipe it off. Just take it to Disco Round and have them do a quick disc cleaning. Tell them you guys remember Disco Round. That was the jam. Remember the place you take to have your CDs refinished and your DVDs? You'd take them in there and they'd put a buff on it, make it look nice.
Okay, I'm gonna try playing it and see what happens.
and he will check on her this way.
So that was a time when he was out of town?
Got it.
Out of town. This
Uh-oh.
this was a
They're gonna have witness issues.
So, Judge, I'm gonna try to take it back and see if it can catch up on the disc player. Sorry, what was that? Okay.
Just a battle to get this lighting right. So yeah, they're having issues on their end, technical difficulties trying to get this disco around. Yeah, trying to get to treat this as a hostile witness.
They put Douglas in the school. I mean, there was like daily talks between me and her about it. She was telling me those things on a daily basis because that's the things they were arguing.
She said that Mark was pushing her to go see a doctor?
Yes.
How many times did she tell you about that, if you can
I'll
recall?
say it's got to be at least 5, 10, 15 times, a lot of times.
How would you respond when she would voice these suspicions that either Mark was trying to poison her or Mark was trying to drive her crazy? Did you offer an opinion on what he was trying to do, or did you?
Yeah, we had a discussion. I told her to contact the police, and she actually, I think she did at the time, did contact the police. I think so. It was Mr. Cussman somewhere, and but she wasn't sure what really is going on. She didn't want to come out on the top like she's losing her mind, or she's really gonna get killed. She's gonna get poisoned.
She just didn't know which it was.
She didn't know which one is. She was thinking that, well, what happened if he's just playing with me just to take the kids away? And at the same time, she was fear about her life. If this is true, what he's doing, because of like he will leave that screen on or some other things.
In the weeks as these discussions continued, in the weeks that got closer and closer to the day of her death, did any of these did she have additional things that she offered you or not?
Well, what the daily, like I said, daily discussion. There was, I remember one morning, she came up to me and she was really upset. I think so. Mark was out of town, and she said, "You know what happened? We had an argument like 3 or 4 in the morning. He will call me 3 in the morning, and then finally, I realized that somebody's calling, so I picked up the phone, and he started arguing with me. Where you been? What you been doing? Why you been answering the phone?"
So Judge, there appears to be something that starts skipping at 23 minutes and 37 seconds. So I think I'm going to have to try another copy of this. Can we take a short break?
All right, let's take a short break, see what happens.
Okay, so I had to step away for 2 seconds. What did I miss? Are they at lunch? Are we going to lunch right now? Is that what they're doing? Or are they taking a quick break? Anybody in the comments want to fill me in? I'd appreciate it. Still trying to figure out this lighting situation, man. It's tough. Like, so one of the hardest part, not the hardest. Well, honestly, it is one of the harder parts about studio. Yeah, they're beating it out of this Polish man from '98. They're dredging this guy across, from the bottom of a lake or something. They're just trying to pull him up. But yeah, they're trying to get a good testimony out of him. But yeah, they're trying to make break time. So they're taking a couple minute break, but I mean they got to be creeping up on lunch here soon. I know they started at like 8:30. They went to get another copy of this recording. Okay, well, let's see how that works for them. Okay, thank you guys for Carrie and Linda. Thank you for the information there. Man, this is every once in a while, and I appreciate when you guys send me news articles because it honestly it really is a helper for Um, um, I just can't help but look like a zombie right now. I don't know what to do here. What are you gonna do? Oh, well. No, well, we're gonna keep her here for a minute. Anyway, not a big deal, really. Well, kind of is, but whatever. This I thought was interesting. You guys will send me articles and whatnot every once in a while, and I try to. You guys, I really do try to keep up with them, and I would really appreciate if you keep sending them. So I can give you relevant coverage for. This blows my mind. Okay, you guys know that we have Brittany Griner, right? She was the the WNBA player that was arrested and imprisoned in Russia, right? Now, while in Russia, they did a prisoner swap, and Brittany Griner was swapped for the Merchant of Death, right? So if you guys weren't following the story, it's insane. Let me pull this up for you real quick, because this blows my mind as to what's transpired here. So but Brittany Griner was arrested at the airport, right? For she had vape pens, right? Which marijuana cigarettes, if you will, in the electronic form, which in the courtroom they wouldn't understand that right now because it's a full different world. So earlier in December, this blows my mind. She was arrested, right? Previous this, but they did a prisoner swap. So with okay. Brittany Griner, the American basketball star, is in prison in Russia on drug charges. Was released on Thursday after nearly 10 months in captivity. Okay, so she was in lockup for 10 months for Victor Bout, a convicted Russian arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death. They made a movie about him. Like this will blow your mind. So let me just share this page with you guys so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. I just want to make sure that I don't miss when the court comes back on. So if they pop back in, just please let me know, because okay, there we go. Let's make this, slide this over here, make it small if I could for a moment here. I already know where you guys are going with that one. Take it easy. Take it easy. Boom. All right, cool. I got to do a lot of screen hopping here. So that's where you guys got to bear with me on this one. While we're on a little break here. So, now, dude, I want to make sure I show you the right one. Okay, so Brittany Griner here. Let me just pull this up so you guys can see. This is stupid. It's hard to have all the right stuff in front of me at the right time, But let's just go ahead and we'll just give you guys. Let's just look at what I'm looking at. How about that? And then we'll look at it together. How about that one? Entire screen. This is a bold move on my part. Okay. Add a stream. Here we go. So, this is Brittany Griner. Okay. And I'm just going to give you how I'm searching this up. WNBA star, WNBA player. I don't know how good she is. Honestly, I've never watched a full WNBA game, not for lack of caring about the WNBA, but I really don't care. I don't watch any basketball, just to be very clear about things. So don't take that as like I'm being sexist about anything. It has nothing to do with that. It's boring to me to watch most of these games. These guys are like 19 feet tall and they have to run across a small court in 3 steps, of which they carry the basketball and all that. Anyway, I get it, but it's not my jam. Anyway, she's arrested in Russia. Okay. So she was set to do a 9-year prison bit in Russia. Like she was sent to like a hard term, like hard prison camp is what she was supposed to do. But they did a swap. Back at the computer. All right, Tanisha, welcome back. President Biden did a swap for, which blows my mind, for the Merchant of Death, Victor Bout, right? Okay, she's an all-star WNBA player for the Phoenix Mercury, 2-time Olympic gold medalist. So she's got accolade, right? But this guy Victor Bout that they traded for, is the Merchant of Death. Let me give you guys a brief. Okay, so they made a movie with Nicolas Cage and Jared Leto, which was about the Merchant of Death, right? This guy is so notorious, right? World renowned, just he's known around the entire world as being one of the world's most notorious arms dealer. He was the world's most wanted man, actually, up until I want to say 2008 when he was arrested. And I mean, he served weapons into the Congo, into Sierra Leone, Rwanda, like all over the world, into European arms, into conflicts that were happening in Europe. This guy is not a good dude, right? He's not a good guy. And the movie they made about him was, the movie adaptation was, what was it called? It was called, not War Dogs. It was Merchant of Death movie, Lord of War. Okay. So where Nicolas Cage plays Victor Bout in this movie, right? Which is, it's a crime drama, obviously, about, this guy. But to give you a better breakdown of who this Victor Bout is, right? Let's just pull him up on the old Wikipedia here. So he's a Russian arms dealer, weapons manufacturer, and former Soviet military translator. Uses multiple companies to smuggle arms from Eastern Europe into Africa and the Middle East during the 1990s and into the early 2000s. Bout gained his nickname, the Merchant of Death and Sanctions Buster, after British Minister Peter Hain read a report to the United Nations in 2003 on Bout's wide-reaching operations, extensive clientele, and willingness to bypass embargoes. So he was arrested in 2008 in Thailand on terrorism charges by the Royal Thai Police in cooperation with the American authorities and Interpol. The United States ambassador to Thailand, Eric G. John, requested his extradition to the United States, which was eventually mandated by the Thai High Court in 2010. Bout was accused of intending to sell arms to a United States Drug Enforcement Administration informer, pretending to represent the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or the FARC. Now, they were going to use those guns that he was selling to this undercover agent, the FARC, against American forces in Colombia. So he denied the charges and, predicted an acquittal. 2011, Bout was convicted by a jury in Manhattan of conspiracy to kill American citizens and officials, the delivery of anti-aircraft missiles, and providing aid to terrorist organizations. He was sentenced to a minimum of 25 years imprisonment because the crime was due to the sting operation from 2012 until 2022. But Bout, yada, yada, yada. This guy was released from custody on a trade for Brittany Griner, who is openly anti-American. She's had several anti-American rhetorics that she's thrown down, and anyone can say what they want about this in the comments. I can't. It's fine. It's fine if you want to say what you will, but this is the reality of what happened. Going a step further, all she did, and these are just the facts here. All she did was get convicted of a crime in a foreign country where she knew the rules. She knew she wasn't allowed to have this stuff. She knew she wasn't allowed to have marijuana Gets to the airport, thought she would slide one past him, gets popped, gets arrested. Now she was looking at doing like hard time, like they were going to have her in like a work camp type thing. She freaked out, couldn't handle it. I get it. I wouldn't want to. But then again, if I'm an ambassador of the United States, 2-time Olympian, WNBA All-Star, blah, blah, I would know the rules and I would say, okay, I'm held to a higher standard. I'll make sure to abide. She didn't. She was arrested. Now they left a U.S. Marine in prison in Russia behind her, mind you. Yeah, this guy, Jay Cope, says this guy was more pro-America in his interviews than Griner was, right? Look at this. This should blow your mind. Arizonian of the Year. Brittany Griner became the face of global unrest. That makes her Arizonian of the Year. She was just made she was made Arizonian of the Year. Today was, and this story came out on January 1st, right? So today we named Brittany Griner Arizonian of the Year because no other Arizonian newsmaker in 2022 captured the public eye as intensely as she did, nor has anyone's story in this state aroused the kind of fear and foreboding that hers had for nearly 300 days. Brittany Griner. So Brittany Griner, let me see if I can get rid of some of these ads here. I messed up. I clicked on the wrong one. I shouldn't have done that. All right, well, let's go back here. Bam, bam. Tell you what, touch the wrong thing here. Not only did she find herself caught in a war between Russia and the Ukrainians, but in a historic shift in global world order, Russia had awakened the NATO defense alliances in Western Europe, rallied to armed forces, fund the Ukrainians. Blah, blah. Okay, so Griner, I gotta get back over here because it jumped me off the thing. But let's go into this Reddit post here. I don't usually go into Reddit. Jay Cope, solid point. And if you wonder why other countries look at us with, the type of, the type of vantage point that they have of us is, it blows my mind because it doesn't surprise me, but it blows my mind that we allow ourselves to be put out in a light like this. How does Brittany Griner get made Arizonian of the Year? Now in the story, let's let me see if they elaborate a bit. And I'm curious who makes this. Looks like they might be coming back. I saw the camera shaking over there. Brittany Griner gets a major award after the comeback. Okay. So after nearly 10 months, they're giving us today. We named Brittany Griner because no other Arizonian newsmaker captured the public eye as intensely as she did, nor has anyone's story in this state aroused such kind of fear foreboding as hers for nearly 300 days, the outlet said on Sunday. After a brief stay in the military base after her return to the United States, Griner was returned to her home in Arizona with her wife and plans to play for the Phoenix Mercury this year. That's great. But she was made Arizonian of the Year. And that just blows my mind. It's disturbing to me that that's who we get to look to, as our, as our icons. All she did was get arrested and released from a prison where she was convicted of a crime, guilty. Like there wasn't it was not like what we're looking at here with this retrial with, with Mark Jensen, where there might be a chance that he didn't do it. She legitimately broke a rule that she knew she shouldn't have done, got arrested, and now is Arizonian of the Year. And I'm talking, let's see. Let me see. Arizonian of the Year. Let's see. Who was it in 2022? Let's check. Tight end Zach Ertz is named Arizonian of the Cardinals. 2022 Walter Payton Man of the. Okay, that was Walter Payton. Okay, Man of the Year.
All right, we're back on the
Lou,
record on
it's
the
loud.
Jensen matter. The appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. We
Anyway,
had some technical difficulties with exhibit number
we'll look
9.
into that more later, but
With that, Ms.
they're
Cynthia,
back
are
in
we
from
ready
court
to
here,
proceed
so
again?
let's all right. So they're going to go back into the testimony from the gentleman that was recorded. So, and he's stating right now what he's going to is that Mark Jensen's wife was stating clearly that she was nervous for her life and that he was out of town a lot and
That's when this,
probably having an affair, blah, 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 blah.
the pressure.
But that
because
she had
starts to-
found
the pressure and the water.
Post-it notes with poisons written down on the computer. And seeing
Did
him
she ever
speaking
describe
for
to you any
poisons on the
circumstances
computer,
under
so
which Mark would try to get her to eat or drink anything?
pretty crazy.
Yes, I think so. There was it's about 2 weeks before her death.
This guy's got a lot of information about it.
She was really, really worried.
Did they break down why,
In the house or drink in the house.
how the connection between these
One
two
of the
is? Was he doing work on the house for him, or?
Mark came home from work and he was offering her drink. I don't know what was it, but he was after her to get a drink and she wouldn't take it.
Jeanette, right?
And it was very suspicious to her. That's what she told me, that I never got anything from Mark. Every time Mark walks into the door,
Oh, he was a neighbor.
I
All right, thank you, Tisha.
I gotta give him, it was a daily basis routine. Mark walks in, I handle him and his drink, but it never was opposite. So that's why she, with this other stuff, that she was finding out with the poison size, and him offering her that drink was very, very difficult. And I said 2 weeks before her death, she had some problems because she was telling me she was throwing up. She was really upset and shaking and everything.
So she told you at some point before she died,
Yeah.
that she had been ill, that she'd been vomiting.
Yes.
And how you have an estimate as to how much time that was
I would
before
say
she
about
died?
2 weeks, because I remember I told her to maybe just go to a local store down the street, get a sandwich or some other stuff.
You suggested that she go somewhere else to
Yeah.
get something to eat.
Yes.
And do you know whether she took you up on that advice?
I really don't know. I think so. One of the times she did. I think so. That was one of the times she said she just went and got a peanut jelly sandwich or something.
How many times, if you can recall, did Julie tell you that Mark was trying to pressure her to go to see a doctor? That means you can answer the question, sir. Do you remember how many times? Was that more than once, or how many times?
Yes, it was more than once. There's more than once. That's one of the discussion, the arguments they had on a daily basis. They will argue. That's what she will tell me. There was a lot of pressure from Mark to go see a doctor, put the Douglas in the daycare, and go get a job. And I think so. She was talking about even looking in a school or some other place, putting application, and she really didn't want to do it. She wanted to stay with the kids. That's what she wanted to do.
Did she ever indicate to you what Mark was telling her as to why he wanted her to go see a doctor?
No, she never. He was just pressing her to go to the doctor.
Did she ever indicate to you why she was reluctant to go see a doctor?
No.
Well, can you tell us if there were any additional conversations that you had with Julie Jensen in the weeks or two before she died?
Well, like I said, there was a lot of conversation, but I think there was like a one about week. It's got to be 2 weeks. It was like 2 weeks before she died, and I mean, she was really scared. She I think it was in the morning, on Saturday or Sunday morning. She got up and she told me what happened last night.
What did she tell you?
That Mark, that night, he was like chasing her with a glass of wine. He brought her a glass of wine and asked her to drink it. And at the same time that night, in her bedroom, one of the drawers, a nightstand, one on the side of the bed, I don't remember which side, she said was like cracked open, like 3 inches or 4 inches open, so she could see what was inside. There was a couple of syringes laying there in the nightstand, and she was really, really upset about it. And then Mark was following her with this wine. Whatever she made a move, she didn't want it. Then he will like come to the bedroom, put it next to her, will drink it, have a this, and then he brought the bottle of wine. And she said she didn't want to drink it. I think that this was like going on to 3 in the morning. They had a huge fight, and she wouldn't drink it, but she was afraid that he put something in the wine, and then he's going to inject her with something else. That's why
It's going to inject her with something else. That's crazy.
Was there ever a time before Julie died where she gave you something to hold?
There was, I think, so that what happened now. That was, I think, some Saturday morning or something, and she kind of knew she's not gonna. She wasn't even.
Was this the neighbor that she gave the letter to?
What did she say to you?
Well, she was scared she's gonna die. He's gonna poison her. Somehow something happened. She's not gonna make it to Monday.
And what did she say? What did she do then?
Well, I think there was like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. I don't remember. It was afternoon. We had one of those talks in the front of the house, kind of the side of the house with their bedroom. They got little bushes there, and we were talking. There's a little fence, and I had a coat, and she was just standing crying. I didn't believe that something's going to happen. I knew there was something going on, but cannot imagine somebody's going to die.
Did you ever offer Julie any type of assistance?
Yes, I did offer her assistance. I think so. One of her first assistance, I think so, was that I was talking to her on a daily basis. And
Hey, Vanessa, how you doing?
She could spill her gas. She could relax a little bit. She had someone to talk. The stuff that were bothering her, eating inside, all night or all day, she could tell on someone.
Karen, that's a solid point.
And I think that was really big thing for her, because what I noticed is like
They might.
she will like wait. She will wait for me sometimes. I had a little shop in the back of my house, and she will wait there, see if I'm gonna come out or I'm gonna do anything, so she could just approach me, just talk to someone. What's going on?
Did you ever offer to allow her to use any of your other properties to stay
Yes,
at?
I did. I think there was like a week before her dad.
Well, that's
I
good to
really
hear.
stopped
Vanessa,
with
good to
the
hear.
hands. I mean,
I was going to say, these two seem to have a very close relationship. He and
and it was on the both sides behave, Mark's and her, because
Mark's wife,
I think so.
past wife, Julie. Sorry.
Mark wouldn't talk to me, or I wouldn't talk to him at least 2-3 weeks before her death. He was like even ignoring when he passed me or something. He wouldn't even say hi, just walk. He didn't hear.
Probably didn't like that you were spending so much time talking to his
it's
wife.
Like both sides
Just saying.
knew what was going on, but nobody was talking to each other.
When you offered to allow Julie to stay at one of your property, which property was it?
It was property in Lily Lake. I had we just purchased property. It was a summer house cottage. I offered Julie, I think so, a few $1,000 at that time. I said, I give you the money if you feel so bad, because she was really scared. She was scared. She saw expression on her face. She didn't know where to go, where to turn.
Now, Mr.
And
Boyd, Mr. Boyd, when you offered her, so you offered her a couple $1,000s, and you said she could stay at your lake home. And when did this conversation occur in relation to her death?
I think so. It's got to be a week before her death.
And when you made that offer to Julie, how did she reply to that?
Well, how should I reply? She still wasn't sure all the way if whatever is happening is really the truth, or Mark is just playing with her mentally, just to trying to take away the kids. I mean, she wasn't sure all the way. She was still hoping that it's just the mind playing. That he's just, she had, but she was afraid about her life. There's no question.
What was the last conversation that you can recall ever having with Julie Jensen?
I think so. It was Sunday. I think so. It was Sunday before Julie died. It was in the morning. Me and my wife, we were in the front. We spent a lot of time in the front of the house with the kids playing. And we noticed Julie and Mark was with their kids. And we look at them. They were, I think so, they were getting ready to go for a walk. I can picture the whole event, how they were standing. Mark, they were very close to each other, like nothing happened. Everything was fine. Mark had his hand around her, and they went for a walk. I think so Douglas was with them. They went for a walk. And I remember my wife said it, and she says, well, you see, everything is fine, everything turning okay. It's just,
You and your wife had talked about what was going on in the Jensen household?
Yes, I think so. The first time when it happened, that the first thing in 6 weeks or 5 weeks when I talked to Julie, and at the same time I went to tell my wife what's going on. My wife advised me, and she was kind of upset.
Yeah, I bet she was. I bet she was.
At this point, why don't you ask another question?
Well, because I wanted to hear what Margaret, I happen to know what she said, and it's not a factual
this is the
assertion. It's
neighbor.
not being offered for the truth of the
Ask
matter.
another question to get him talking again.
Okay.
Vanessa, you remember this guy right here that's talking?
So tell us, let's get back to the Sunday morning, the last time you saw Julie, spoke to Julie alive. The last time you saw her alive, the last time you spoke to her.
That was actually not the last.
Or you remember Mark
Monday
Jensen.
very briefly. But that Sunday we had I would say 45 minutes to an hour conversation.
So you and your wife had seen Julie and Mark and the children together.
Yes.
And what was your impression when you saw them together?
It was like you wipe out this 6 weeks part of their life, like everything was normal, like it was before we know them. They were just going for daily walk as a whole family. Mark was just normal.
So what were your hopes at that point when you saw the family?
Everything's fine. Everything got kind of worked out between them. Maybe this was really, the whole thing was her just worried with what's going on.
Well, what happened then later after you'd seen them go off on this walk?
Well, they went for their walk, and I don't know, maybe half hour later or something, they came back. And Mark was playing with the kids in the driveway. They were shooting hoops. And, they went, their dog was with them too. They had a yellow dog. And Julie turned kind of around. I would say she was 50 feet from Mark, at least 50 feet. And I asked her a question, so everything is fine, everything is okay.
Yeah, Karen, you're right.
She
Mark is creepy.
started crying.
Vanessa, I'd love to
She
talk to you
just
about the
started
original
crying,
case
and
and your
she-
take on things
And
in the community.
at the
So
same time,
DM me if you would, or email me.
Again, did nothing happen? She will throw
Email me your
a
info.
big toy, a bone home, I remember to the door, so he will fetch and bring it back and forth. And so Mark wouldn't notice what was really going on, and
I'm the same,
I
Vanessa.
used to just say, Julie, stop, he's gonna notice, don't do this, he's looking this way. And, you know, and she was just on, and she says, nothing. No, I asked her, so everything's fine? She said, no, it's opposite. We're still having, you know, the same problems, even more. Not the same stuff, nothing changed.
Did you make any offers of assistance at that time?
Well, I told her, you know, get the hell out of the house, leave.
What did she say?
No, she wouldn't leave because of the kids. She wouldn't leave the kids. There's no way.
You said you spoke to Julie on Monday?
Yes, I think so. I did talk to her on Monday. I'm sure I did talk.
Do you remember anything about that conversation? or
No,
not?
it was just brief, very short conversation. I know she was telling me that day or next day, I think so, she was going to the doctor. She agreed to go to the doctor.
You don't remember anything beyond that, though?
Well, no, there was things that one of the things was that Douglas was going to daycare or babysitter. I think so, daycare. She still didn't like it, but she did it anyway. And then she was looking for a job.
Can you tell me what you remember about December 3rd?
December 3rd. I know on December 2nd, Julie talked to my wife. That I know. On December 3rd, I remember in the morning, I think so, met Mark in the front of the house, was going on the side door to the front main door to the house. He didn't even look to me. He was, from me, I'll say 40 feet. He didn't, you know, he was very cold, very just, that's it. I don't know you. I don't want anything to do with you. You don't even exist. You're not there. That's the way I felt. And then I went to Chicago. I think so. We talked to my wife on the phone a couple of times. Okay. And I think so. On the way back home, it's got to be 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I seen Mark driving our neighborhood by the stop sign. He was sitting in his SUV. I think so. At the time, he had a black SUV, Yukon or something. He had a white shirt on it. He was very spread inside the car. He was very relaxed. He was spread in the car. He was very relaxed, sitting, like lying in the back. His hand was like this on the other seat. He had his white shirt. He didn't even see me. He didn't wave. And we just passed each other. He just turned left, and he just went someplace else. And I think so. And I came home. I talked to my wife, and we really had a discussion, because one of the things was that it was suspicious to me that Mark stayed home, because as long as I know Mark and Julie, that's one of the things that Julie would say. Mark was very cold about stuff. He will never miss a day of work. Even if she was sick or she has some problems, or her dad died or something, he wouldn't take a day off to go to the funeral or wake or something with her. It's just, you know, you deal with it. You know, and one of the things I really remember to today, that it was the middle of the day, and there are lights, outdoor lights, on the side of the house, in the front of the house. They had the door on, and I was really telling my wife, "There's something wrong. It's like a signal or something. Why don't you call her, find out what's going on?" She said, "No, you know." We just had a discussion, and then I said again. I don't know, it's got to be after 2 or 3 o'clock, pulling out of his driveway again and turning south on the Lakeshore Drive, going with his SUV.
What's the next thing you remember seeing or hearing on December 3rd?
On December 3rd, okay, I went to pick up my daughter from school. And when we pull in our neighborhood, the stop sign, we just noticed from far away is the flashes of lights, emergency vehicle, police, people standing on across the street, people standing in the front of the street. There was quite a bit. It was, kind of darkish. Quite a bit of people out there. And I went home, and I went outside. And I kind of know what happened. And I was standing with Jim Ashley, my neighbor across the street. And one of the officer at that time came out and he started asking a question with the neighbors this or that. And I asked him, is she dead? He didn't want to answer to me. And then Jim looked at me and said, is she dead? She's dead. And finally he admitted, yes, she's dead. And he started asking me my name. I just walked away. I couldn't take it anymore. Just went home.
Do you remember making any observations concerning any activities in that house the next day, around that house the next day?
One of the things really struck me that I think it was the next day. I don't remember what time it was. It was afternoon or evening. I don't remember. We was very suspicious what was going on because I think so we did, me and my wife, because Julie asked us even not to tell like neighbors across the street what was going on in their personal life, that they had a problem, just to, so actually me and my wife was mostly involved with her problems and my problems. We knew about it. And we were just watching the house from, there was a police there, Mark's father, and Mark came out of the house. I think so the police was leaving the house, giving him free and clear house so he could move back to the house. And Mark was walking down the driveway and his father was approaching him and they give each other high five. It was, to us, was like, it's like, you happy? What are you celebrating?
Did you notice any different vehicles coming and going from the Jensen house in the weeks following Julie's death?
There was a lot of cars. I would say I seen different cars. One of the cars, I think there was a babysitter. She was about 17, 18 years old, young. She had a red hairdo, and she was driving a light blue car. I saw her in the beginning. I don't know how soon was that, but I seen her a lot there. Then another car was actually pulling into the garage. That's when we noticed Julie cars were sitting like on the outside. They had a little side driveway on the side of the garage. The little Toyota was sitting there. And there was I think so, midnight blue Honda Accord or something.
It was being put in the garage?
Yeah, it was just like somebody had a garage opener because the door went up, the car went inside, and I didn't know who was in, who was.
And this is a car that was being parked in the space where Julie's car had been parked?
Yes, I think so.
And how much time elapsed between the point where Julie died and the point where you saw this car being parked in the space where Julie's car was usually parked?
It's got to be in a week to 2 weeks. It's got to be in a, I mean, it was too long, too far. I cannot remember. But that's what I noticed. And the one of the point even, we kind of, because we know he has somebody, we talk about it, and he came up to me, he said, that was the babysitter. We kind of laughed about it because I didn't see any babysitter. We discussed to stay overnight. So leave in the morning.
This person you described or referred to as Mark Jensen, do you see him anywhere in this courtroom today?
Mark Jensen?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's here.
Thank you. Did Julie ever tell you where she found these notes that you made reference to?
Yeah, she found on his desk.
And did you ever give any advice as to what she should do about those notes?
One of the things was that she should take the pictures of those things, the screen, the notes, and give it to the police.
And to your knowledge, did she do that?
Yes, she did.
How do you know that she took those photographs?
Because she told me.
What did she tell you?
I took the pictures of the photographs and I tried to contact the police to give it to them.
And what did she tell you what happened when she tried to call the police?
She said that she called the police. I remember very clearly. She said, I called the police and they wouldn't want to talk to me because I did have a assigned policeman, Officer Costman, to me. And at the time, he wasn't present. He went for a, that's what she said. He went for a, they told her that he went for a fishing trip. He's going to be back on Monday. And to then, they didn't want to talk to her or you know, till he come back.
Did she tell you what, or did you suggest her what she should do with the photographs then?
I really didn't.
Do you know what she ever did with the film that she had?
She gave it to my wife.
Did you ever see or know of Julie discussing these photographs with the officer?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you know about that, what you know personally, what you saw.
Personally, well, I was from the back of my little art studio going to the front of the house. We had a little side driveway between, I mean, it's a walkway between our house and their house. When I noticed that Julie there was a police car parked in the front of their house and she was talking to the policeman.
Did you know who the policeman was? Had you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Who was it?
Mr. Costman.
It was Officer Costman. Okay.
Yes.
What did you see then?
She talked to him and he was kind of upset. You can see because they had a kind of loud talk or aggravation or something. It wasn't one. And at the same time, they were like finishing their talk and she was leaving the car and walking towards me and she was really upset and she makes a mark like this. He thinks I'm crazy because he what do you want me to see on this picture? What do you want me to do this? Because of, I think there was a reflection of the flash. He couldn't see, he couldn't tell anything always on this picture. So she was really upset about it.
And Your Honor, just to complete the record, I request the record show that when the witness was saying she was doing like this, he was taking his right hand and moving his index finger in a circular fashion around his ear, as though the common usage is that he thinks that she's crazy.
Any dispute to that characterization?
No.
All right.
Did Julie, in the years preceding her death, ever talk to you about any harassing activity that she was experiencing at her house?
Well, she wouldn't talk to directly about it, but there was I would say a couple of accidents that happened at the house. That's what we noticed. And after we talked to Julie, and I think so on one occasion I did talk to Mark, and one occasion I talked to one of the officers that was present on my yard in the middle of the night that it happened.
It's not being offered so much for the. Okay. What did Julie tell you about this activity?
Actually, I did approach to her and said, well, what happened when the police was in your house?
And what did she say?
And she said, well, we went shopping By the time we came back, it was like middle of the day. I think it was weekend, and then
Man,
when
that
I come back,
he looks
a bunch of
pretty much the same.
furniture, knock all over the house, broken things.
Yeah, same
Somebody
prosecutor.
entered the house, and
Yeah.
that was it.
And did she ask you if you'd seen anybody around the house?
That's wild, man. He looks pretty much the same.
No, she did not.
Okay. Had you seen anybody around the house?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I think so.
Yeah, it's got to be tough on the kids.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the testimony.
Overruled.
I'm just turning
Who
off the
did you
camera
see?
for a minute, guys, because I'm
So,
handling a
Mark
call
Jensen
here for
found
a
the
brief
car
moment.
stuff in
So
the house. After they went shopping, his car showed up in the front of the driveway. The engine was running. He went to the house. 2 minutes. Then he will leave the house, and you can hear this one of, because they had like a kind of gravel, I remember, on half of the driveway. The wheel was spinning, and he was really like taking off out of the house.
And then how much time elapsed between the point where you'd seen him leave the house in that fashion and the point where the Jensens came home?
And the Jensen came maybe an hour or so later, and then the police showed up. And one of the nights, me and my wife was sitting home watching a movie. We had a kind of nice room on the back of the house, sunroom. We were watching the movie, and then it was 11 o'clock or so. We see somebody walking all over our yard. We've been with the fence. We had a fence going between two properties, but I think so one section we didn't do it in the back because of the kids still passing, seeing each other. And I came out, I said, what's going on? And there was a policeman there. And that's what he told me, that they reported that somebody was in the backyard throwing things into the swimming pool.
And you hadn't observed anything?
No, it was quiet. We were sitting, we didn't hear, we didn't notice nothing. There was some noises or something. And then I talked to Mark next day. Mark told me that somebody took one of the kids' bicycle, and threw it into a swimming pool. And that was it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Voigt. I don't have any further questions.
You want to stop now?
Mr. Voigt?
Starts. This will be a good time to take our lunch break. 1:15, folks. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
all right, so yeah, they're hitting a lunch break here real quick. That'll be a good time for us to take a break too, because we have to hit that 4-hour break point. I'm going to play with some of my lighting here, because it's honestly it's pretty frustrating when I'm trying to deal with getting the camera dialed in and get lighting and not look like I'm half dead.
All right, he's holding the jury, so let's take the defendant back. So
Let's
that issue again, 1:15. Have him brought back. I will give you a call when the jury's done.
I mean, not for nothing, right? I'll just say it, but he is a creepy looking dude. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody. But that guy, he gives you, like, he looks like Stephen King, doesn't he? Like a young Stephen King. That guy's 63 years old right now. That's what blows my mind, is that this dude is 63. And he's been running this case since he was 98. Yeah, Vanessa is saying the kids have got to be in their 30s by now. Well, one of the children from the case, the oldest son, Mark Jensen's oldest son, I believe was 8 years old in 98, so was born in 1990. The first witness of the day was testifying that he was good friends with him, and they would hang out and spend time together. And that's all part of, the prosecution's case is about, these people who are involved. But this kid, so I would say, and I might be wrong, but I think his wife was murdered at the age of 40, and in 98, 40. So 2008 would be 50, 2018 would be 60. And then you got 3 more years on that, 63, if she was a little younger than him. So 2022, 2, 3, yeah, 4 years, whatever, 63, 64. Yeah. So, yeah, so it's, the oldest kid was 8, is 98. The youngest was 3, I believe. Yeah. In 98 is what you're saying, Jacob. Yeah. So, the kids were young, when this happened, and they're older now, obviously. So, yeah. Yeah, creeping in the early 30s, which is wild because I know a good amount of people that are out here that might have actually gone to school with the kids, which is it's just crazy to me. I just found out from we'll just wait until it comes up, but I might have somebody that I'll be able to bring on the show that'll give us Greg. What's up, man? Yeah, good to see you too. That'll kind of give us a bit more insight on things that are happening that was intimately involved with the case in a big way. So I'm looking forward to getting them on the show, and hopefully we'll get a chance to bring in one of our legal experts as well to talk to us a little bit about how this case has gone on. And I got to double check that they have all the information needed to kind of give us the consultation that I would like to get, because this has been, a crazy case, right? So 98, he gets convicted. I'd have to check the timeline. Let me see if I can't pull that up again real quick. So this is the Mark Jensen timeline, and maybe it'll just be something simple because it is hard to hard to follow, really. So let's see if we can't get just a bullet point, because I've been trying to keep this up. 98, he's convicted of murder, and given life in prison, and then in 2000 and I don't want to say the year because I know I'll get it wrong. And let's see if I can just pull this up real fast. And I'm not trying to go deep into all of the different cases themselves. Okay, no, jeez, there's a lot of Mark Jensens that have done some pretty gnarly stuff, and I'll just say that right now. That's not good. Mark, okay. Trial timeline, I guess we'll go with that round. So we'll pull this one up here. All right. So it will have been 14 years, 10 months, 20 days since he was convicted of killing Julie Jensen, 40, almost a decade earlier in 1998. So it's been in and out of court quite a bit. So basically, like, this letter, and again, you guys go to my Facebook page. I posted the letter. It's there. I believe I have it on my IG as well, and over on Twitter if you want to check that out. And those are all CJTV, space media, space LLC, just to make sure you get there specifically. But if you just put in CJTV media, it'll pull you in there. But in early 22, U.S. Supreme Court rejection helped pave the way for this new trial. The nation's highest court declined to hear the case after an appeal of a Wisconsin State Supreme Court ruling that Jensen should receive a new trial without the letter used as evidence. So Mark Jensen has maintained his innocence. He said that he didn't do it. He said that his wife was troubled, that she was having some emotional issues, and that she took her own life and framed him. One of our viewers and community members here works in mental health. Just from a professional opinion and standpoint, says that that's just not how people operate that are dealing with mental health issues. That's just not the way they go about it. But he said that the prosecution saying that he killed his wife with antifreeze, slowly poisoning her, and then gave her sleeping pills, and then smothered her with a pillow, so that he could be with his mistress. Mind you, they're saying that his anger came from a place of infidelity, where 7 years before she had had an affair with a guy that she calls in the letter a creepy guy. So either way, Mark Jensen, he's been in custody in the Kenosha County Jail on a $1.2 million bond. But again, I'm not sure when he went into custody. So here we go. Judge Schroeder actually was the original trial judge. They got moved to Walworth County, in part of because the trial's public interest. The new trial's, of course, it's in Kenosha County, downtown there, downtown. Robert Jamboy, I want to say his name. I think I'm saying it right. I'm gonna say Jamboy, unless I'm corrected, and I can't see the comments at the moment. So if you guys are going to correct me, just go ahead and have at it. But he is the only person that's from the original case that's still actively involved in the case. That's involved in the case right now, other than Mark Jensen himself. Man, it would have been great to see Judge Schroeder, though, man. The old battle axe. You gotta love Judge Schroeder. He makes for a fun and interesting case. I'll tell you that right now.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
You don't want to get brazen with them. You don't want to do
Pardon
it.
me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
Schroeder let you know right now. You don't want to get brazen with him because he will fire it up. And then just remind you.
You need Jesus.
Man, you ain't wrong. But Judge Schroeder would have been great for this case. Not that the current judge isn't doing a phenomenal job, but for the overall presence, Schroeder, he's the man. Jensen was in 2008 sentenced by a jury who convicted him. So in 2008, okay, so here's where I'm confused. In 98, he's convicted, right? And this, we're going to go through this together here. So within 14 months, the case has been in and out of court. So in 2008, he was convicted of the murder of his wife at their Pleasant Prairie home that was killed in 98. So where was he between 1998 and it will have been 14 years, 10 months as convicted of killing Jensen? Where was he in jail this entire time between 98 and 2008? Did it take that long for, was it 10 years? I'm very confused. And, I should probably pull up the comments here so that I can see what's going on in case anyone has a better breakdown. Because I heard he tried the first case. Okay. He was living life. Jacob says he was out living his best life. Quite possibly. Let me pull this up over here so I can take a better look. So 98, his wife is murdered. 2008, he's convicted. But apparently Jay, says he was out living his life for 10 years. And then in 2022, apparently, so then in 2008, he's in prison, right? Gets a life sentence, right? Make sure we're doing this right. And then, so now 2022 rolls around. The Supreme Court rejects an appeal. They declined to hear the case, and then the appeal of the Wisconsin State Supreme Court is where we're at. What brought this through to where we're at, because they wanted to go ahead and try the case without the letter being used as evidence. Now, it's choppy and at best. Jensen was sentenced in 2008, and in 2013, a federal court overturned his conviction and ordered that he be retried or released from prison. So in 2008, he's tried, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison, right? In 2008. Where okay, somebody tell me, where was he for 10 years? From 98 to 2008. Okay, so John B. Hey, John B, what up, man? January 11th, 2023. Okay, it's domestic violence retrial of Wisconsin man accused of poisoning wife with antifreeze 98 begins. Mark D. Jensen was convicted in 2008 of killing his wife, Julie Jensen, and sentenced to life in prison without parole, but won the appeal. His retrial began in Kenosha County Circuit Court this week by Gina Salamone. Wisconsin man was accused of poisoning. Okay, yeah, so that's the story. I get that, but between 98 and 2008, what was going on? So Karen says that he was out. What was going on with the trial? Did they, I mean, there was the letter that was, that was there. They had plenty of evidence, they had witnesses that the neighbor was like, yeah, she was scared for her life. She said that she felt like he was going to try to kill her. He was looking up ways to poison her. He had written down different poisons and had them stuck with Post-it notes to the computer. How was he out? Did it take until 2008 to have a trial? Did he just get out on bail in 98? Anybody has this information, please let me know. And maybe it'll pull up here. But so he's convicted in 2008, but in 2013, a federal court overturned the conviction. Okay, so he's in prison for 5 years. And so 2013. And then a second prosecution began in 2017, 4 years later. Judge Chad Kirkman ruled the letter should be admitted, and Kirkman reinstated Jensen's conviction without a second trial. So he's out until 2008, gets convicted, life in prison, spends 5 years, and then a federal court overturns the conviction and says, no, that doesn't count because that letter is inadmissible. So he gets out. And then 4 years later, a Kenosha County Circuit Court judge says, no, the letter should be admitted. And then they reinstate his conviction. So I'm guessing that 2017, they go and they snatch him up again and throw him in prison. And they're like, nah, man, you got to, Karen, I appreciate it. You got to finish your time. You're not done yet. You got to, you got to ride the pine in prison. Without a second trial. However, the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled in March of 2021 that Jensen must receive a new trial and that the letter and incriminating statements his wife made cannot be used by prosecutors. What followed were appeals that ended when the U.S. Supreme Court declined to take up the case. I don't know how that works out. They declined to take it up, so it gets moved into a local circuit court somehow. The Supreme Court's not taking it up, so the Superior Court of so much going on. So it takes us to where we're at right now. Okay, so let's look at this real quick. So they're saying that it violated the Sixth Amendment. The letters from the grave, yada yada yada. I get that. I totally get that, because follow me on this. Due to the amendment, the Sixth Amendment, you have the right to face your accuser. If somebody writes a letter and says this person is the one who did X, Y, and Z, but they're not there to back up that letter, and all you have is that letter is kind of like, just a note in the wind. Like, all right, cool. Well, anyone can write a letter, but we need to have the background of that, like the testimony that goes along to corroborate to make it substantial, make it foundational, instead of just hearsay. So, but it's wild that it went back and forth. They're like, one judge can be like, nah, no, it does sound like it should be in. Like, where's the precedent setter here? When does that become, and how is it that people are able to be, what about double jeopardy? It's like when they had, they turned it over in 2017, right? In 2000, God, there's so many. I'm gonna get a dry erase board, and tomorrow I'm gonna have this thing set up, and we're gonna have the timeline broke down. I'm gonna redo this whole setup here. I was up to like 5 a.m. just trying to get things dialed in so that I could do the stream today, and still not right. But in 2008. So in 2013, in 2013, a federal court overturned his conviction and ordered that he be retried or released from prison. They didn't retry him; they released him from prison, right? So at that point, you would think that it's like done and over with. I don't know when double jeopardy kicks in, but it would seem like at some point that would be the ruling, right? I mean, because it was just overturned. He was never found not guilty. If he was found not guilty, then this would be double jeopardy. Okay. Jacob, you got some answers, man. And I appreciate that. So I'm in Kenosha right now, actually. I'm in Pleasant Prairie, right where this took place. Actually, this is Lakeview Drive, right? I might even be able to go take a look at it. Lakeview Drive. I'm gonna see if I can't pull this up. Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Okay. I don't know exactly. Anybody have the address? With views of the lake, Lakeview Drive. I think everything is lake. Everything has a view of the lake. So Mount Pleasant. I'm not sure. The Ren Fair. What? No, the Ren Fair is not happening right now, Linda Lou. I know I was excited. I've never been to a Ren Fair. Actually, I stopped to use the bathroom once, and I walked into a Ren Fair, and I was very confused. It was in the middle of nowhere on a drive from Wisconsin or from Wyoming. It tripped me out. Lakeview Parkway, Pleasant Prairie. Is that what we're talking about? Is that Carroll Beach? Is that where this was happening, Mary? Anybody? Yeah, Mary, if that's what you're saying. There you go. Man. Right. Okay. So Karen Marie says maybe the CCAP has his I would have to dig deep into that, but if anyone has that. So you're saying that it was in Carroll Beach. So Carroll Beach is not far from here, I don't think. Carroll Beach is right there. So, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, this that's where I'm streaming from. Yeah, and I definitely stumbled into it, and then I stumbled out quickly because that was yeah. I guess you really need to be in costume, along South Kenosha. Yeah, Mary, I see where that's at. So he's out until now he's been in since 2017, right? So that's where we wrapped it up, right? So when a second prosecution began in 2017, that's when Chad Kirkman ruled the letter should be admitted and reinstated Jensen's conviction without a second trial. So I think he's been in prison since 2017, and then in 2021, that's when the Supreme Court of Wisconsin came in. So, yeah, so it's man, just a crazy story, man. It's just really crazy to me that this is so back and forth. I mean, it seems like all roads lead to him being guilty, right, of murder, and if anything, it'll be a loophole technicality that he gets out on. But what if, right? Like, what if they find out that like he didn't do it? What if there's another letter? What if something comes out and they're like, wait a minute, man, actually, and he's exonerated and gets an apology, and they're saying, hey, man, my bad. In all fairness, for anyone that's been, I guess, even under question for homicide in a situation like this, where there's so much evidence saying that you did, in fact, absolutely kill this person, that they just walked free for the majority of their time. Like, they've done a very minimal amount of time for premeditated first-degree homicide. Like, just, man, I don't get it. So Nicole, when are they going to return? They left 15 minutes ago. So I'd give them about, what time we got? 12:40. What time did they say? Anyone in the comments, you guys want to throw that up there? I think maybe at 1 o'clock or a quarter after. I'm not sure. I think they were going to take a little bit of a long lunch. Vanessa, what's crazy what you said there is that they're high prices houses in Carroll Beach. The first time I came to Kenosha, you guys, I drove right down the lakefront drive there, 115. Yeah. So we got an hour. drove down Lakefront Drive, whatever it is, Lakeview, whatever you want to call it. And I was just curious. So I got on Redfin and Zillow and I started looking at houses. Because you're out here, but coming from Seattle, if anyone in Seattle knew what you could get a house for in Kenosha on the lake with the type of house you can get, there'd be a mass exodus from Seattle and everybody be living in Kenosha because it's beautiful and the housing is so affordable. And it's just, and as much trash as people here want to talk about Lake Michigan, it's basically a small ocean that's just turquoise water, is gorgeous. You don't go jumping in the ocean just because you live there. Like Pacific Beach, out by my house, like you go, you look at it, you walk on the beach. You don't really go swim in the water, but it doesn't look nearly as pretty as, Kenosha does. The Lake Michigan does right here in Kenosha with sandy beaches. We have amazing beachfront though. I mean, our coastline is incredible, but you get what I'm saying. Some of those houses are pretty expensive though. I mean, some of them were, real spendy, but then there was the other ones, the ones in between that I'm like, hey man, buy the crappiest house in the best block, right? That's what they say you should do. So, here we go. Karen, wow. Way to be on team. The complaint was filed back in March 19th of 2002. Bond was set for $500,000 on the 20th. Cash bond was signed in April and cash bond posted on 4/22/02. Okay. So, yeah. I'm gonna take a lunch break too here in a minute. I gotta take these dogs out and give them a chance to go to the bathroom. Okay, so what's interesting to me though is between 98 and 2002, that 4-year period, right? Like what was going on? Did they rule it as a suicide up until 2002? Like where was the case sitting for that 4-year period is what I'm curious about. From the time she was murdered or died, but became unalive. What was going on until the complaint? And who filed the complaint? Was it the state? Was it family? Were they finally like, hey, we've got enough evidence now that it's obvious. Can we go ahead and do something about it? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. This trial, you guys, between this trial, the Idaho murder trial, which we just saw got moved. They did a pre-trial and it was ruled a suicide. Okay. Well, if it was ruled a suicide, even with the letter and witness testimonies, you'd think that they would look past that, but apparently it was ruled a suicide is what one of our viewers is saying. I don't know. But yeah, so June 26th is the start of the Idaho case. Yeah. So that was established today. We got some other stuff coming up this month too, which is crazy. Man, I'm trying to find that out too. It was just under investigation the whole time. The state filed the complaint. It's public record. Anyone can go to the Kenosha County Courthouse and pay for a copy of the complaint filed. Maybe I'll pop down there. Well, I don't have time because I'm out in Pleasant Prairie and I'd have to get to downtown, get it taken care of, and then get back out here to kick back up. But I still got to take these dogs out. But there was that case where the woman put her boyfriend in a suitcase and he died. And she said they were playing hide and go seek. And there's just there's plenty in between here and there of cases that are coming up. But it kind of blows my mind how much stuff has been happening. We if you guys didn't get a chance to watch so on J6, right, the infamous January 6th, I had people in DC, right there, like out filming the whole thing, and then I was in Washington State in Olympia, at the Capitol there, for what was like a Stop the Steal like rally, and then it kind of morphed into a end the lockdown, and then it went to the governor's mansion. And they were like, this armed group was like, no, we're going to the governor's mansion. Let's go. And they busted open the gate. I marched in and, massed in front of the governor's mansion and had a standoff with the sheriffs and the state police, which was wild. And I don't know if that was talked about much, but, I filmed all of that too. So, but there's been a lot of things that have been brought up about the trials and things that are going on from J6. And I haven't really talked much about it. I'm not going to right now, but I do have some feelings and some thoughts and opinions on the whole thing because it is pretty wild based off what I've seen in my time streaming. I was sent a link night before last. And someone was doing a rebroadcast of some past streams, and it was one that I've not watched before, but they were showing footage of the riots and the shootings, the riots in Kenosha, and then of course the Rittenhouse shootings. And the gentleman was talking about my earlier streaming back in Seattle and in Portland during the protests and the riots that were happening there, and which a lot of people like. So my channel, I was working off a different platform before when I was in Seattle and Portland. And then when I made my way out to Kenosha, that's when the CJTV was born. And so all the previous work that I have, I need to migrate that to the CJTV platform so you guys can take a look at what I was doing all that. What's wild is the amount of stuff that I saw when we're talking about J6, right? Like Jacob says, people are still sitting in prison for trespassing without due process. On that case, I was filming people that were, accosting a police station, like with saws, like cutting open the building, like doors, and throwing Molotov cocktails into the building and trying to burn it down, and a federal courthouse as well. I was there for days and days and days and days, and I was just blown away, just being there and watching this happen. And it's funny how much flack I got because I wasn't like cheering it on or, or getting involved, that I was very much just observing and live streaming it and asking questions with my microphone, walking around interviewing people. But people turned on that because they're like, no, because they'd see comments from viewers that were like, oh, these people are assholes. These people are idiots. These people are these people. So these people that are my viewers, my community, immediately become the representation of myself, when ignorance would lead you to do that, to do that character analysis, where in reality, it's just like, watch it for yourself, and formulate your own opinion, which is what I've told people from the very beginning of my streaming. Even in Portland, I was like, well, I hope you source your information from as many places as possible. I hope that you're not just listening to the crowd here. I would hope that you're doing your own research, and I would talk to people actively, like behind a shield wall with explosives going on around you and tear gas through a gas mask. Like, hey, what are your thoughts? Because I'm curious too. I don't know how I feel about things. I do see that there were some things that were very valid, and I absolutely believe in protest. I think that if your voice needs to be heard, sometimes you need to go out and put yourself in a position where people will listen. But there's a way to do it, right? There's a proper way to do it. And what I learned in a big way was that for all of my zeal for making change and for moving the needle and for pushing in the right direction, I saw what morphed on and around me as I was actively. I was every day on the marches in Seattle during the Occupy protest there, and I was out, filming and interviewing, and every day, and it was very inclusive, right? Very inclusive. Everyone was like, "Hey, man, you're good. We love having you here. We appreciate everything you're doing." And then I remember the day that it changed for me. I remember at one point during the everyday, and I don't know, I'll talk on this for a second. It was handing out, the mayor and governor's, phone numbers and email addresses and pamphlets and information and literature. It was educational. It was these marches were very educational. People were like, they were trying to let people know what they were trying to accomplish and why they were trying to accomplish it. And I was learning a lot. I was like, man, this is really informative. The speakers that they had, I was really curious, and genuine curiosity is where my streaming started, because I didn't know much of any of this stuff. You guys, I came out of being, I was almost underwater with 8 years of hard drug addiction. up and until, well, it's been 5 years now, but up and until before that. So I was in the dark. I had no idea what was really going on with the world. I was lost in my world of addiction. And so coming out of that and finding sobriety, I was like, oh, wow, there's a lot of things I don't understand, a lot of things I don't know about in the finite nuances of the world around me, you know? And I've never really been one to jump deep into the politics, because I really find the real issue with politics is full of a bunch of politicians. But either way, so there's a lot of genuine curiosity. And so I remember the one day that we were up at Highland Park in Queen Anne, and there was a guy with a really nice telescope, and he was setting it up to take some pictures. It was just getting dark, and the march made their way to this park, and it's one of the most amazing vantage points in Seattle. Actually, you know, I could pull up a picture of it for you guys, because it really is just a beautiful, beautiful outlook or overlook of all of downtown Seattle. And I know it's got a different name for it, Highland Park. It's called whatever it's called, but it sits up on this bluff and overlooks all of Queen Anne. It looks north to south. So you're looking down at the waterfront, and you've got all of Alki, you know, the peninsula. You can see on a good day, you've got the Cascades to your left, you got the Olympics to your right. Just a really beautiful, beautiful place. And you can imagine why this gentleman would want to have a, you know, his telescope out. I mean, it's up on a bluff, so you really do have a good, you know, clear aerial vantage point. But I mean, it's anyway. And, there we go. Okay. So, this gentleman, he's setting up his telescope, and, I was really intrigued by the telescope itself. You know, I was like, wow, this is really beautiful. Like a really nice setup, you know, thousands of dollars, I'm sure the guy put in, which he informed, everyone that was there, you know. So this is the view, Kerry Park is what they call it, right? I've never called it Kerry Park, but, it's because, well, just had no reason to. It's man, just give me a better view here. Sorry guys. Normally I would give you this was actually the view that night. All right, this is okay, whatever. I agree. Let's I'll bite. So this is the view, right, of downtown, and then you got Mount Rainier in the background out there, you know, and Space Needle. You got the Key Arena. Anyway, this gentleman, I don't know why I needed to show you that, but I feel like it was important. He's setting up his tripod, right, and getting ready to take a look at this view. And the group kind of surrounded him, and they were like, and it came down to Black Lives Matter, and they were like, say, you know, they're, you know, Black Lives Matter, they're chanting that, and they were saying, you know, at one point someone confronted him and said, yeah, say Black Lives Matter. Like, do you think Black Lives Matter? He said, yeah, sure. They're like, well, then say Black Lives Matter. He was like, no. And I was like, oh, I respect that. You know, you can tell me to say I love my mother. I'm not going to say it because you told me to say it. It doesn't mean I don't love my mother. And then it kind of grew in intensity, and then more people got in, more people. And now this whole group's there, and they were like, it went from educational to intimidation, you know, and they were like, no, you say it or else. And he was like, listen, guys, I'm a school teacher. This is what I'm doing. You know, and someone was threatening to break his telescope. And I think I was saying microscope before, I meant telescope. They were threatening to break his gear, and it just got, it got ugly. And that night I was just kind of like, nah, this is not, okay. It's run its course for me. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Because this is not, there's nothing that I can learn from this other than if you ever want someone to fully turn on anything that you stand for, force them to stand for it under the consequence of violence or, you know, or malice of some type. You might get that in the face that you're in your face. And then when you turn around, immediately you just complete opposite. They're going to spend their rest of their life hating whatever it is you just made them do. And for men, especially, you know what I mean? And I don't mind saying that, but there's an ego thing there too, where you're like, oh man, I feel like I was just violated. Like I just had to, I let go of myself, and I did what these people told me to do because I was afraid that this group was going to hurt me, destroy my equipment. I can't afford to replace it, whatever it might've been. So I kind of bent the knee type thing. The second those people are gone, you just made an enemy out of that person. So I was just like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of this. So it doesn't mean I didn't want to be a part of the educational aspect. So I found other areas, where I could invest my time. And so that's what I did. I did that. But there was it got very exclusive. It became very much like, no, a lot of in talking, a lot of like echo chamber aspects. And people started saying weird things about how like, people shouldn't be allowed in, and we shouldn't allow, streamers in because they see too much, they know too much. And then there was all this talk about me being like a Seattle police officer or working for the FBI or the CIA or NSA or Interpol or who knows, but there was just everything. And I was just like, you know what? I don't care, guys. I don't need to pander to this bullshit. I don't have to, so I won't, and if anything I've learned in my life, you don't ever have to subject yourself to anything that violates you. You don't have to. You walk away, allow them the space that they can leave, and let them know, that you're not going to accept it in your life, and move forward, and I take accountability for everything in my existence. And so for me in that, I don't allow negative or hostile energy in my space, and at that point I was going through that same transition. I was like, I don't need to be around this, but I wanted to see real change. I really wanted to elevate the voices, which is why I had a microphone and not just a camera. So, but things changed. And anyway, made my way into Kenosha, and now things are very much where they're at now, which is a push for educational understanding of the world around us. Much like this trial, this is interesting to me. And, I've learned a lot about just the judicial system and the way that our courts process and operate from being, from viewing the cases here, more so than from being a drug addict, which at the time you really spend a lot of time in and out of court trying to figure out your life. But so this has been a much more educational from a positive, productive standpoint. So either way, yeah, it was interesting. So that was Seattle, Portland. Let me see if I can do this for you guys real quick. I've got this beautiful view, man. That's Seattle for you, though. That's one of my favorite places in Seattle. And then to the far right of this, way over here is, well, you can't see it. There's the bay that starts right there, is Alki. If you go over to California Ave, you can look across the other direction at all of downtown, and you see on a setting sun, you can see, the golden crest of like the Cascade Mountains in the distance, and Mount Rainier, and it's just beautiful. But yeah, give yourself permission to walk away. Yeah, you don't. No one's going to tell me that I have to. First of all, no one can tell you that you have to do anything, right? Like that's not, you can choose to. When the law is involved, there's things that you cannot, with absolution do, and things that you can do, right? That fits, but you choose to. So own it, even if it's something that, if it's in a workplace or in a family matter, relationship, whatever it might be, somebody says, hey, this is what I need you to do. You still have to take your adult decision-making capabilities and say, all right, is this something that I should do? Is this something that I want to do? And wager out the outcome. And if there's a negative possibility, it's on you. If anything that I learned from my time living a rough life, in that near decade, was that you spend a lot of time making excuses for the things that happen to you and blaming the people around you. But really, you just find people to surround yourself with that make you feel good about doing bad things and about hurting yourself, so you find other broken people and damaged people to insulate yourself with, so that you don't feel so broken or damaged. And then you don't feel any compulsion or need to do better because you're homogenizing, right, with your element. So you got to keep a small circle if you're into the homogenization game. So if you're going to try to be like the people that are around you, find like the 3 most amazing, powerful, like accountability buddies that you can find, and keep them in your Rolodex and talk to them every day. And I guarantee you'll live a better life. They'll hold you to a higher standard. And that's what we should all do. And that's where I felt moving into this narrative that I'm on right now. We needed to move at that point was holding each other to a higher standard. And I felt that group that I was around was settling at a low watermark. And I felt like there wasn't a high standard there of excellence to be better, to do better. There was people there that wanted to, but the group took over, that group mentality. And it was really sad to see the de-escalation of change in Seattle and in Portland. Because I mean, really, you don't see a lot. There's not a difference now. I don't see a difference. I've all but vacated, the Northwest because it started getting so bad. I love it there, but it's just got so bad. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we got the creep as Julie Jensen. Back to the trial at hand. Julie Jensen said she had an affair with the first trial. Jensen Perry Tarika. Unfortunately, I can't pull hyperlinks off of the text, but what I can do is go over here and just pull up. What is it? Perry. Sorry, not Terry. Perry, of course, right? Tarika. And this is the person that Julie Jensen had an affair with, apparently. Here we go. I believe what Linda you've sent me is the Michael Chamberlain, Edward Klug. I'm trying to find. Did Perry Tarika Perry? I'm trying to find the person that this individual, but I'm not seeing him in this. Time to take my wife to work. I'll be back. John, yeah, we'll see you in a little bit, man. Yeah, if you're the smartest person you hang out with, you better find new friends. You are not wrong, man. I definitely know I'm not the smartest person I hang out with. Well, at times, but I definitely know that I've got more to learn than I've got to teach, And so, yeah, I'll look for this when I get back. I am going to take a breather, though, guys. I got to get these dogs out. Set up notifications. Make sure to come back here. We're going to be back live in about 40 minutes for the second half of the trial for the day. So sit tight or just, bear with it. Set up notifications. I'm going to have to cut out and come back in. And taking the same day, 7:30 on the cash bond. Okay, yeah. 1.2 million additional tax on my cash bond. There we go, Karen. Appreciate that. There we go. Okay. 2007, hearing defendant appeared in court. Okay, I was taken into custody the same day. 7:30 on the cash bond for $1.2 million. So since 2007, he's been in. Okay. I can't do it. I can't keep up with it. Appreciate you, though, for sending that in. Keep doing that. And also email me, cj@cjtv.live. That's cj@cjtv.live, LIVE. I will be back here in about 40 minutes, and I've said it too many times. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'll see you guys in just a little bit, okay? Okay.